Welcome, everyone. Last time on Beginning of the End, you made what were essentially your final preparations for the tribunal that will decide Thessia's fate. And in particular, with a little bit of last-minute assistance from a resurgently active grandfather, Thessia and Wither managed to, for the most part, win over representatives from the runic colleges to present a petition on your behalf in the hopes of swaying the outcome of the judgment. And that judgment is fast approaching. Morning finds Skan, and it's a sort of inherently ominous one, because it's not very common, but sometimes the city does get just... Yep, die, Orcris. The city does just get mundane fog from time to time. And every time it starts to descend, and every time visibility starts to reduce, no amount of having seen it before and having gotten used to it can quell the anxiety that rests in people's souls, seeing something that looks so close to a silent killer enveloping the city, crowding the entrances of their homes. It's always seen as an omen, and rarely a good one.
It's fine.
It's fine. Nothing will happen, ever, as per usual.
Mm-hmm.
Thessia. You know what? I won't just tell you. I'll ask. Do you think you slept?
Probably eventually, but not great. I imagine at some point when she, couldn't fully, get to a dream or anything of the sort, she probably did, look at the notes that she took and just kind of eyeball them over just because curiosity's sake. And finally, with just the exhaustion of using full brain power to try and figure out, what is this fancy rune grandpa had cooking do fully and all that jazz, she finally did go to sleep, but probably only has a few hours under her belt.
Yeah. And having fallen asleep so late, you rise a little late, too. The light cheats you because the overcast sky blocks out some of the morning light that might have otherwise woken you promptly. And you slowly stir awake here, and the house sounds quiet. It's sort of, dare you say it, dare you think it, it has the texture of a mourning period.
I think just kind of rubs her eyes a couple times. Fully stands up and will get her appropriate attire and whatnot. She's doing her best to not think about it too much, but it's hard not to.
Yeah.
And yeah.
As you get ready for the day, you get your clothes. You sit down at the vanity and get yourself ready. Start doing your hair, and you notice something out of place. That nothing seems to have been disturbed from among your possessions set out here. Different makeup items, ointment, things to put in your hair, and to salve your skin. But among all of those, there's an item that's just been placed there, and you're quite confident not by you. You're not that forgetful. It seems like it's a small, just about fits in your hand vial with a cloth draped over it.
Kind of cocks an eyebrow and very delicately takes the cloth off and examines it.
Yeah, you slip the cloth off of the glass, and it tumbles down onto the surface of the vanity. And there, sitting innocuously among your possessions on the vanity, is a stoppered vial, inside of which dances something silver and sinister. Someone has left you a vial of the stolen breath.
Haha.
Wraps her fingers on the table a couple of times. And my immediate assumption would be like Orcris, because I've spoken with him about my theories, and he's also, from what I can tell, a talented individual that could probably get in if he so desired.
Yep, there's nothing else besides to indicate who might have set it here or why.
Because I have gotten some tinctures in the past. Is it a similar kind of vial that I've gotten before from like Orcris, or does it seem familiar from like a specific craftsman?
I would say it is not notably very similar to, for instance, what he gave you the drugs for your grandfather in.
Yeah.
And it is not notably similar to any of the glassware that you know to exist around your household or that artisans in your family's employ make. There's nothing particularly remarkable about it. It's a glass vial, but no, certainly nothing about it suggests this is from a person you regularly receive anything like this from.
Curious. Oh man. Thessia, I'm not even going to have a roll for it. Thessia is going to restrain herself. Probably. Because a part of her's like, I could just slam this back, but she's like, no, I've got to go to this fucking trial. She will wrap it up tightly, and she'll put it in one of her drawers and make sure that there's like a few things over it. And she keeps like looking back at the drawer, and despite how much she would like to experiment, she knows that considering the circumstances and just previous events, that is not the correct decision. At least not yet.
When you can't resist smoking a blunt on the morning you know you've got a drug test.
Yeah. It's also a thing for her where she's like very curious as to who would drop this off instead of like trading it.
Yeah, giving it to you in person, letting you know that they were doing that, indeed.
Does it... Let's see, there's two windows into my room.
Yes, there are two windows that face out. You're up on the second story, and you don't have a balcony or anything. It would be easy for you to get into and out of your room by the windows.
Yeah.
But otherwise, someone would have to enter the old-fashioned way, and admittedly, your room is not behind its own locked door, but they would have to have gained entry to the estate if they were from outside of it.
Yeah. Nothing seems disturbed in my room.
Nope, there's no sign that whoever placed this here was going through your existing shit.
Interesting. Thessia will get up and keep pondering about that, but make her way down to the living area with the family and just say how do you do before she heads out, because probably pretty soon.
As you're pondering, you decide in the end to leave it be for now and stick it safely out of sight, but leave it here. You do get a call from your mother somewhere out elsewhere on the second floor, probably still getting ready in her own room. But she calls to you. Oh, Thessia, it seems you have a caller downstairs.
Do you know who?
It's that loud-mouthed Peliakaios boy, I believe.
Kind of tilts her head. Well, I'll greet him. It's the polite thing to do. And she'll push aside the curtain and make her way downstairs.
Walking fast.
Mm-hmm.
Faces past. Calm down. Yeah, you head on downstairs. Let's set the view position. Let's bring this in. Yeah, you head downstairs, and it's quiet down here as well. Your mother's still getting ready upstairs, so there's no sound that the day has really started yet. But the guard who generally stands outside the door, standing just inside it, and hails you as you come down the stairs, gives you a little salute. Master Thessia, announcing Master Peliakaios. Creotar of Peliakaios. And the doors open from the other side. The guard's like, oh, he kind of gets like nudged out of the way a little. Morning to you, Master Thessia.
Morning.
I'll do my best to keep my voice down, given the early hour.
Well, would you prefer we speak outside then? Give you a little more freedom.
Very well.
I must admit, I am quite surprised to see you here. Not annoyed or anything. I'm just curious as to why.
Indeed, it's my first time setting foot at the grand old Batalus estate in many, many years. If I'm not mistaken... He briefly walks past you and cracks the door open again, kind of sticks a head in. Yes, it looks much as I remember it, although... I could have sworn your family had a lovely, lovely set of tapestries in the main hall.
In more glory-filled days, yes.
Well, you've got an exceptionally busy day, and so do I, so I'll not waste your time. I come bearing a message from my family and from my college.
Is it good?
Well, I suppose that depends on you. Your interpretation and your decisions. I spoke to the head igniter after the meeting the previous night. Yes, there is no small amount of goodwill on your behalf among my associates at the college. However, he is relying on me to make a final recommendation on how we ought to proceed given the dangers that await us as well. And I spoke also to my dear father, head of my sainted family. I'm sure I needn't tell you. That's the house of Peliakaios is loath to extend aid to that of Batalus for a variety of reasons which we needn't litigate between the two of us at this time. And so, I've come to you with an offer.
Okay, and what might that be?
I see a great deal of wisdom in your proposal for a unified college. Indeed, with your grandfather's backing in particular, it seems just shy of an inevitability, a matter of when and not if. And a unified college will naturally require a unified leadership, whether that be an individual or some sort of council. Inevitably, there will be jockeying for position. And I would be shocked to my core if your grandfather himself did not have his eye on such a position, or at least intended it for you. And I'm afraid that would be quite unacceptable to Rubikar of House Palaiokaios, dear father of mine. And so, I'm afraid I must condition the support of the College of Igniters today on an agreement that when we reach that point, when the colleges come together, that you will support me for such a role.
She, cups her chin and thinks. So, your father instead of my grandfather in the main seat. Is that sort of the plan?
I'm not sure if the old man is up to it, if I'm being entirely frank. And he is no igniter himself. So while undoubtedly he would greatly benefit from the influence, I fully intend to lead this new era myself.
Ah, I see now. My apologies, I misunderstood. She kind of all of her claws are kind of tapping together. I'm curious, if you did get that seat, what exactly would you hope to achieve outside of just the spotlight being on you? You must have at least some idea of how you'd want the unified colleges to operate.
I believe you spoke a great deal of sense last night. I do believe that we have allowed ourselves to become beguiled, ensnared by religious doctrine. That we should do more. That we should strive for more. I think either of us would choose to lead the colleges in that direction. But I'll not be shy about my own personal ambitions. I seek to become the greatest igniter Skan has known. More than that, I seek to become its greatest rune touch. And where the greatest is concerned, there can be only one. And my family intends for that title to adorn one of the Palaiokaios.
How about a possible counteroffer? Don't worry, stick with me to the end. Let my grandfather take the seat first, strictly because of his age and the amount of respect that he is able to draw within. However, with time, you would be the first choice to take the seat after him. Let him get all the busy work done, straighten out all the other chairs, and make sure everything is lined up appropriately for you to actually bring it to its full glory.
Go ahead and give me a roll to do.
Okay. I guess I will roll yellow, so... Well, that'll clash.
Well, he's not actually rolling to oppose you here. I've decided what the difficulty is going to be.
Okay. Then I guess I will roll wild for now, because I don't have anything locked in. Hey, that's a real number!
That's a number.
Oh my god,
you needed it.
Jesus. He's an old man.
An old man, and one that my old man would sooner was dead with no further honors to his name, if I'm being entirely honest.
But how luxurious for your family to let him get it all set up, but your name to be remembered.
I shall speak to my father of it.
All right.
The final decision will rest with him, but for now... Very well. I shall lend my support to you at the tribunal today, or at the least, I shall not stand in the way of unanimity on behalf of the colleges. But I should make my expectations clear. That haggard old man shall not sit upon that seat for any more than a year. Through death, through resignation, through whatever means you may have of persuading him, if he intends to settle in for another term at the head of a college, at his age, in his state, and bearing his name, the Palaiokios will never allow such a thing.
She nods, and she leans in. Again, let's try to keep our voices down as best as we can.
This is my indoor voice, I'm afraid.
I know, and I thank you so much for trying so hard. You are doing well. I just think for the sake of this sort of conversation, especially right next to my home. Also,
then it seems we have nothing more to discuss for now.
Okay.
I must make my own way to the site, and I shall leave you to prepare yourself, particularly for the worst possible eventualities.
Yeah, yes, I suppose so. Well, thank you for the talk and your support.
If I do not speak to you again on this side of the door of mortality, then know that I have enjoyed our little tete-a-tete.
She smiles. Oddly enough, I have as well. I do hope that, should I say on this side of mortality, that I can give you a proper challenge, proper running for any changes that come to the colleges.
I hope that you should. It would be terribly disappointing if the House of Batalis were to fall to the Palaiokios without a grand and glorious struggle first. Sorry, that's just how I laugh.
Oh, I know. I two hands wave. Kind of pinches the bridge of her nose. Heads back inside. And I think she just, like, sits down for a while. Doesn't, like, ask for water or food or anything. It's just to, like, kind of collect your senses again.
Yeah. All right. And if there's nothing else you need to RP here, we can check in with the next member of our merry band.
Yee.
I hope each of us get a loud and annoying visit in the morning.
Hello, Wither. It's also me.
I've come to remind you, you're weird. Good day.
I was imagining different characters for each of us, but the fact that it's him for all of us.
Him. He's just like, I've got to make the rounds.
Goes to Orcus' house.
My busy day.
Hello, I've never been in this part of town, and I just wanted to see who lived here.
Yeah.
What a freak. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Let's see. What music goes with this next bit? Oop. Don't forget to use my loading screen.
Oh.
Let's see. I think we are gonna go with let's sure. Wither.
Uh-huh.
You stand in the dark, almost insensate, but you can feel stone beneath your feet, and you can feel the vines slowly entwining further and further, continuing to worm their way out of the cracks in the earth. down here where you heard a particular voice. And that voice comes back to you now. At first, you mistake it for one that's coming from within. But after listening for a moment in the dark, it sounds more as if it's coming from without. It doesn't echo as you might expect from the features here. Instead, it seems to speak to you as if close and intimate. Someone sitting next to you, perhaps. Oh, Wither! I found you again at last! After you... I lost sight of you after you tussled with that stone swimmer, and then... Oh, the surface is terribly confusing. Chaotic mess of minds and souls and voices all calling out at all hours. It was difficult indeed to find you again. But I have. Whether you recognize this as the voice that addressed you by name, unusually for your disembodied voices, and that warned you that the stone swimmer might attack you here, and that told you you should allow yourself to be bitten in order to tame it.
Mm-hmm.
The voice has no form that you can perceive, but it speaks to you quite familiarly, quite at ease, as if speaking to an old friend.
Have you been alone down here?
Alone? No. I'm never really alone. But I do like to enjoy the silence down here from time to time. As I said, the surface is less to my tastes. Oh, it was a task and a half navigating my way back to you there. I wanted to find you again, though, before the trials before you really set you on a path that might be difficult to change once you start down it. You see, I could really use your help, Wither.
How so?
Oh, go ahead.
No, just how so?
I'm known as the Servitor. It's not accurate to say that you're speaking to God right now, but I speak on their behalf at times. I do my best to act as a conduit when need be, when they cannot make their desires known by any other means. And there are vitally important tasks lying ahead that I think you might be the key to resolving on her behalf.
Is this our divine mission? We have not found it yet. Or, if we have, it has made itself secret, and we have not known.
I'm not privy to every thought that passes through the mind of the divine. And so, I wouldn't presume to say that this is the sole reason for your second birth, but I cannot dismiss it as unrelated. I wonder if you're aware, Wither, of the ways in which you are quite unlike even other twice-born. I'm sure you must
been
have...
made to know some.
I'm sure some of them you could not have failed to notice. But I can tell you, lest there be any doubt left in your mind, that you are very special indeed. A special being with a special purpose. And if I can help you fulfill it, then that's what I must do.
Very well. What must we do to appease Gaea?
I'm afraid it's likely to be a long, arduous, and at times complex task, but I will guide you as best I can. For the moment, it seems as though you have some very important, well, dare I say, perhaps they could be friends, that need your help today. There are more threats to them than you are yet aware of. So for now, I think you should do as you have been doing. But when today's trial is behind you, we should speak at length of the path forward.
Hmm.
Oh, indeed, it does seem we may be running out of time at the moment. I can barely see you now. Oh, no, I might have to find you again. Whether you open your eyes. And morning seems to have come upon the White Sanctuary while you were in your reverie. Zoiad is seated across from you with his hand in his chin, watching you curiously, peacefully. Ah, I see you are out of repose. Did you perhaps dream? Or were you in prayer? Or merely lost in thought?
We were speaking with a friend.
Oh, a very special friend indeed they must be. Ah. You've been running about a lot this past week. I'm glad you are able to spend a night here again.
Have
Yep.
you been alone here?
Oh, certainly not. Peregrine has been in and out, Autumn as well. And the others have been about when they were not about the city on their own business. And in any case, I am long used to sleeping alone. But you may find it strange for me to say, but I do find the sanctuary livelier when you are around. May I ask you, Wither, how have you been feeling lately? Have you had any strange impulses? Well, stranger than is usual for a twice-born. Have you been in good health?
Yes and no.
In that order? I'm sorry to hear that.
No. Perhaps to both. Things are occurring. We've no pause or clarity in why.
I find that life goes through those periods sometimes, and in many cases they last longer than we would like. Some people seem to live their whole lives that way.
It has already begun to bleed together. Is this how the living feel? Is this the tumult of daily life?
I think most people who live experience that tumult and only manage to keep their sanity by ignoring the vast majority of it. People are only capable of so much. You can only ask so much of them. They can only bear so much in mind at once. They can only service so many competing and conflicting desires at a time. And it's rare indeed for anyone, firstborn or twice, to be able to set the pace of their own life. That's an immense privilege that most don't recognize until it's taken from them, in my experience. In all of this, has anything stirred of your past life?
If it has, we have not recognized it as such. Mayhap it is hiding too.
Zoe had very slowly and with great effort plants his staff on the ground and works himself back up to a standing position and makes his way around the edge of the fountain. I hope you remember that however long this tumultuous period lasts for you, you have a long, long time to make sense of everything. Longer than those of us still in our first lives. And you have this place when you need to retreat from it all. If you need to be with only yourself, well, I'm incapable of hedging out the voice of the divine, certainly, but I'm plenty capable of hedging out the voices of any other meddlers or people coming to pry, even if they are your fellow twice-born. People expect so much of you. You in particular, it seems. You should know that all I want from you is for you to find whatever fulfillment and peace you can in this life.
Do you think we were denied it in our past?
Can you roll to die real quick?
Ooh.
And lock in whatever you want to lock in. Purple. You observe as soon as you say those words, Zoiad's face remains impassive. Those sightless eyes don't blink or even twitch, but ever so faintly, his posture cringes in on itself just slightly, as if recalling a painful memory. It's certainly possible. I fear that is the case for many twice-born. And the trials of their previous lives are often writ all over their body in black. You are so marked, far more than many. More than most, I would say. But whatever your past life held, it is in the past now. What lies in front of you is yet to be written. If I'm not mistaken, you have more tumult planned for today, if what I've heard, from passing conversation from Autumn and Peregrine at points is to be believed. Well, you can come back here when it's done, however it ends. And I can't imagine what you'd ever need with the advice of an old fossil like myself, but I'm happy to give that just as I'm happy to give you silence. Well, here's to calmer times ahead. He raises nothing. I suppose I should continue making the rounds, see how everyone else is feeling this morning. A fair day to you, Wither.
What does servitor mean?
Servitor. Well, I'm sure some high-handed scholasticate could define it more precisely with 500 words or so. But really, it's just a fancier word for servant. One who runs errands, performs a task on behalf of a master of some kind. You hear the word for the first time recently?
Yes and no.
Yes and no. The Wither Classic. He chuckles faintly.
We will leave.
Then I wish you good fortune today. He was wandering off somewhere, but as you leave him, he turns and seems to just stand before the statue of Gaea for some time.
forgets where the door was, turns back around.
Yeah. Shit. All right. And
I think we're gonna, unless you have something planned, I don't know why, and I have no reason for it. I feel the inkling to go and find Orcris.
Oh, okay.
And if it is not easily done, they will just stand outside his house for an hour.
I think as things so often do for you, your natural impulses simply steer you correctly. And you're probably able to find Orcris as he himself is setting forth for the tribunal hall. So I can plunk you down somewhere if you want to do a classic Aaron Sorkin walk and talk for a second.
Walk with me, talk with me.
Bad vibes, bad vibes.
It doesn't work when it's with her because
you can't
the pronouns
do the bit,
wrong.
right? Yeah.
Walk with us, talk with us.
Talk with us. Walk with us, talk on bus. Ooh, you know what? I don't think I've used this map yet, actually.
Oh,
The bus.
The bus!
Yeah.
Classic Scotty bus.
Completely modern bus.
The Route 9.
Yeah, you know what? Let's put you guys,
On Desert Bus.
yeah. Is that what Desert Bus sounds like? I don't know.
I have no clue. Does it actually make music? I hope not.
I have no fucking clue. I think I was... is Desert Bus the one that has the horrific title screen music also, or is that a different game? No, it's Crazy Bus. Crazy Bus is the one that's known for that. Here, let me slap you guys down, and yeah, this is a fun one. So Wither, you've been to Etria's offices before. You know where the tribunal hall is, and I imagine you do as well, Orcris. For the first time in perhaps a while. For you, Orcris, you get all over the city to different parts of it, but I don't know how often you would have occasion to come to the Crown, the absolute uppermost tier of the city, where the absolute highest echelons of society and professionals reside in direct view of the gleaming spires of Archon's Ascent, the city's uppermost building, the palace and the home of its ruler. Whither you come upon Orcris as he was making his way up the street. You pass through a small little garden area, down the steps across an enormous fountain that bubbles. And all around both of you, the palette is marble and gold and the deep and rich purples and reds and blues of immaculately cultivated foliage and flowers.
Oh.
Even the chilly and slightly unpleasant fog can only slightly dampen the majesty of this part of Skan.
Stands uncomfortably close.
Oh, hello, Wither. I didn't see you there.
hello.
On your way to our mutual friend's tribunal?
We've nothing else to do with our time.
Oh, very sad. Well, you may join me. North?
Whichever way you want to go, it doesn't matter.
I see.
It's a walk and talk, baby. There's no rules. It's like Burger King. No rules, just right. Fuck, that's Outback Steakhouse. Never mind. I take it back.
Oh.
Many
No, you
rules.
fucked it
Quite
up. I'm
wrong.
very disappointed.
We have to restart the scene, Aram.
We have to restart the campaign. I have to throw away all the footage.
And, how are you feeling about today's, goings-ons?
Nothing.
Exciting.
It is not. This is the problem.
Not excited? We may see a mutual associate pass from this coil. And you feel nothing?
No. The tumult is loud, but we are deaf inside. This is a problem, we are told.
I've never known it to be a problem myself. Merely another fact of life.
This is normal for you.
Normal for me, yes. I would hate to lose. I would hate to lose such an investment, of course. Obviously, we've put a fair amount of work into Miss Thessia. And so to see that progress lost would be a shame. But what motivates you to be here?
To observe, witness a tumult.
With no strong feelings on the outcome either way?
Yes.
That's fine. I often find that there's more opportunity in this tumult than there is in quieter times, though I do prefer the quiet myself.
What will you do if your progress is taken?
Find another ladder as the ground beneath me crumbles. I always go higher.
Looks up at the sky, looks down at what little they can probably see from this vantage point, just the city spreading out below them.
Even if I'm not sure how. I always advance. Never falter.
Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys.
What will you do when the ladder stops?
I will look down as from my highest vantage point the world and everything beneath me is absorbed, is devoured.
What is eating it? We do not understand.
We eat it. People, the living, the dead. We will eat it all until there is nothing left. This world is meat. Especially
They look at the rocks on his face and coming out of his head.
Especially for ones such as us.
Are there in places outside when you have traveled? Are there people not of the earth?
That's correct. People come in more shapes and sizes in Skarn than anywhere else, I will say. In this, my sweet and beloved homeland. We are truly the apex of all civilizations. But that is not to say that other places do not have their own sorts of wisdom to share.
As you guys approach this large intersection, there's another party making its way slightly, with just a little bit of haste, down from another direction.
Oh.
Ah, the fam.
The fam.
I really should make sure. It wouldn't do to lose favor for anything so trivial as being even an instant late.
Well, that's why we've left as early as we have. Oh, hello! Friendly wave.
Ah, my Lady Batalus.
Thessia gives a polite bow. Orcris, Wither, lovely to see you.
It is a pleasure, despite the horrible times that we find ourselves gathering this day.
Stands too close.
Hi! Doesn't, recoil or anything. It's just this is just what Wither does. She turns. I appreciate both of you attending. It's nice to have you.
I have the utmost confidence that the tribunal will be brought to satisfactory ends for our part.
I am too. It might be a little rocky, but I'm staying optimistic.
Somewhere distantly. Ha!
Kreatar.
Yeah.
You can hear him laughing from an entire level below.
I like to think if you get a good guffaw to him, late at night, you just hear, ha! And there's a burst of orange light in part of the city.
Lights up the whole city block.
You just hear an echo. Huh?
You hear lights and you see lights and stuff go on, and you hear people getting up shut up! Come on, man!
Again.
New York kitty cat.
Yeah. And the reason for that confidence is thanks to you two. So, thank you.
You're very welcome. If there is any way in which I might be of service before the tribunal is to begin, please do not hesitate to let me know.
If I think of anything, I definitely will. I'm more focused on trying to figure out what I'm going to say, but I guess it's just best to just kind of be as honest as possible and just let it flow.
If such is the tactic that you find yourself best equipped to utilize, then by all means.
I mean, it would feel wrong to change that course of action now.
Of course.
But, she kind of claps her hands together. I do. Oh, she turns to Wither.
That scared the shit out of me. God damn.
Does Wither say anything?
No, that's
else?
literally no. It was just like loud sound, right close to me.
Sorry, force of habit. I'd hate to be late, so if you would be so kind as to accompany me.
Of course.
Indeed, we should make haste. Arati is she's always dressed nicely, but she's clearly dressed up for this. This is definitely like, the Sunday best equivalent.
Oh, sure.
Shining, every silver band in her hair is shining immaculately. There's not a stray speck of dust or hair on her clothes, and she gives you a curt little nod, Orcris. All our encounters thus far have suggested to me that you are a remarkably resourceful man, Master Orcris. So I trust that you have done everything in your power and will continue to do so.
You're too kind, my lady. I give a deep bow, and I lift myself up, and if there is any tactic left to employ to maintain your daughter's safety, I shall see it done.
Excellent. I knew I understood you. Xenion looks rather taken aback to be just approached in this manner, and kind of looks you up and down. Doesn't say anything. They're also dressed in Sunday best, which for them basically just means a whole bunch of extra jewelry all over their body. Is there something I can help you with?
No. We are here.
So it would appear. Come along, Xenion. Let's get seated. You're going to be fine, dear.
I know. It'll all work out. Yeah, I don't think Thessia really says anything. I think she's like kind of zones out as they walk, but if anyone like looks at her, she puts on a big smile and gives a polite wave.
Yeah. As you're nearing the door, they open after your mother and Xenion enter, and someone else walks out and takes a few steps down the step and then stops, immediately recognizing you. Ah, you're here.
Would you think I was gonna run out?
I didn't think so, but it had crossed my mind as a possibility. I've known plenty of seemingly intelligent, competent, and responsible people who flee at the first sign of consequence. Have you given thought to your strategy today, Thessia?
I mean, as best as I can. I'm just going to be as honest as I can be. I realize it's not a deep or complicated approach, but I don't think it's wise to try and pull something underhanded or anything of the sort.
No, I wouldn't suggest you do either. But honesty is more of a principle than a strategy, in my opinion. I'm sure you already understand what's at stake, and given everything that you said last night, it seems you have a good grasp on the broader implications, the why of this entire thing. If I may make a suggestion, your two surest paths to living through this day are to either convince the magistrate that it is not in her or the city's interest to punish you severely, genuinely convince her Not merely in principle, but appealing to whatever really motivates her in this situation. Or to do so thorough a job of winning over the sympathy of those in attendance that she cannot reasonably punish you before them without catastrophically losing face.
Okay, well, it sounds like... I mean, she thinks about that. You've heard me time and time again say how much I want to support the people, and with our runes, we're capable of doing so.
Yes, you're at times unnervingly honest about that. That'd be very, very forthright and earnest in a way that I think will serve you well today. Just don't walk through those doors assuming that will be enough. I'm sure that, well, if anything, the magistrate and those in her camp have had even longer to prepare for this moment than you have, and I imagine they are well prepared to try and make you out to be as unsympathetic as possible if it serves their ends.
Yeah, that's not
Whatever-
surprising.
Whatever ups and downs we've had in regards to this incident, I hope you know that I do want to see you make it through this in one piece. And we're going to do our part to see that that happens, but the lion's share of the work will be yours.
Which is
wanted to
why I appreciate all the support you have given me. You've stuck your neck out multiple times, and I do genuinely appreciate it.
Well, I dare say there will be a couple more before the day is out. All right. I'm glad we were able to speak beforehand. Probably no sense in keeping them waiting any longer.
No. Oh,
Yep.
the budget.
She heads in ahead of you.
Oh.
Whoa.
I'm afraid now you're dead. As you can see, your icons are gone.
Oh, I do see my icon.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you can see them when they're selected. It'll do the transparency through. If you deselect, you will see all of
I'm
you.
not doing that.
All of you have passed away tragically in a foreground layer related
I
accident.
can actually still see me, even when not clicked.
Yeah, I see.
Well, fine. Fuck my joke, I guess. I'll just.
I'm just
you know what? I'll
exploring.
delete
Oh, there
you
we go.
myself. There.
Died!
I guess
All
the
right.
tribunal was a flop.
The tribunal is just a big pit. You walk in and everybody dies.
Yeah. It's like the Springfield mystery spot. How long does this take to see? I'm kind of in a hurry. It's sad to say. Once you go in, you may never come out. Wow, one please. All right. Quick loading screen here. And then there's probably going to be just a, actually, well, no, there's probably not going to be exposition immediately. There's going to be RP first. You guys can head in and I'll set the scene real quick. Let me grab some music.
Give me a moment. I'm gonna rush to the restroom real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, I'll do the same.
Okay.
Let me just put some music on so this isn't silence while we're waiting.
Sure.
My God, these kids.
I was going to say, they are...
They're hyped up on Halloween candy.
Goodness gracious. Can't they go outside? Isn't there snow? They can go have a snowball fight or something.
Not yet. And also, it's 9 p.m. They're definitely not going outside.
They should go outside.
They should go outside into the sun.
Be gone.
I'm also going to run to the bathroom just so we can, like, time this better.
Okie dokie. I shall stay with chat. Hello, chat. I hope you are well. Unfortunately, seeing as this is pre-recorded, There is naught I can do to have a true conversation with you. But I will say, appreciate you having you here. Hope you're enjoying the show. And we'll see if I live.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Let's preload this scene.
It's a good idea. Oz is up at the moment as well.
Yep, that's fine. I won't launch into narration or anything.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
What just happened?
My chair is now locked. I can't lean back anymore.
No.
Nope. That's not what I wanted to do. Go. Maybe this. There we go. Okay.
Also playing a little Scrabble.
Scrabble?
Oh, yeah. Things have not gone well for me in Scrabble recently.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, it's fine.
I've been playing a lot of Marvel Snap.
Ooh.
It's a very good card game. I like it a lot.
I've heard very positive things. I've not dabbled in it, though.
Yeah, Mo mentioned to me that you very briefly picked up MTG Arena because you couldn't play Snap for a second.
Yeah. And I still hop on every once in a while, but it is pretty complicated in comparison to what I'm used to with Snap. And I don't get there are some things that Snap does that I really like in terms of like every player kind of has a unique relationship with each card, which is a weird thing to say, or at least is a weird thing to like wrap your head around, because you sort of like you level up the cards not in a like this card gets better way, but in a this card now looks better way. Because it has there are like variants that you get, which are just like different skins for each card, and so you can kind of like theme your deck around like venomized versions of each character, or you know, what have you, and then by leveling them up repeatedly, you can unlock like an ability to customize the card completely, where it like lets you choose what border the card has, or how 3D it looks and stuff when you play it. It's neat.
Pretty fancy. Bum, bum, bum.
Boom, 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 boom.
Good.
I'm gonna make sure I've got my... Do I have my thing ready for this? Yes, I do. Excellent.
Brain activate.
Wow. I'm excited for you guys to see this map.
Yeah.
I gave it just a little bit of extra elbow grease, a little bit of extra polish that you will see.
And gave it more elbows.
Mm-hmm. It's it's like a who's the Uzumaki guy?
Junji
Ito.
Yeah, yeah. This is a Junji Ito elbow nightmare.
Ooh.
Love to hear about Junji Ito elbow nightmares.
Junji Ito elbow nightmare. Also, my grunge band.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we do that.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Oh yeah, this guy's fucked.
Duh.
No, I got him.
You playing a little snap?
Yeah, that's the other thing I really like is that the matches are super short.
They're like less than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oz died on the way back to his home planet.
Yeah, I don't know. Or got distracted by a bebe.
No, I'm here. I'm good.
Okay.
Hi.
No bebe here.
Welcome
Though I
back
will
to-
be mute back and forth because they're being very loud upstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it sounds like they're having a sock hop up there. Okay. Then I will bring us in.
Yes, indeed.
The doors close behind you with a very loud, very resonant metallic thud that's thrown all throughout the room. And just the briefest, thinnest puff of the fog outdoor rolls in behind you before being sealed back outside. And you can immediately feel the warmth in here radiating from the center of the room. And you can see also that about as large of a crowd as can be accommodated has gathered to watch perhaps the most consequential tribunal the city has known in some time.
I will say, before
Yes.
we came in, and probably while Thessia was talking to what's her name? The lady?
Ninorel?
Ninorel, yes, thank you. While she was talking to her, I think Wither took a flower from the flower bed that was near them and braided it into Thessia's hair in the back.
Without me knowing.
You might have known, but if you tried to stop them, well, that's up to you.
And I refuse. You're a second born. I'm not allowed to.
If you tried to stop them, you failed. Now you step into the hall, and the sort of the murmurs that had been bouncing around, all the chatter, people talking about what's about to occur, dies down as people turn and see that it's you've stepped in.
Thessia.
Now the guard here gives you a little nod and motions toward the plinth at the center of the room.
She nods. There was clearly an energy of like, I go now? Like, just double checking, and slowly approaches, and it's that worst situation where you're like, I don't know what to do with my hands, but now you've got 4, and it's just like,
Yeah.
2 on my hips, 2 are crossed, and then like 1 goes to like toss the hair, and it's just like, I don't know what to do with all these.
It's like the worst kind of, I'm doing karaoke and there's an 8 stanza break in the music and I just have to stand here looking awkward for
Yeah.
one.
I thought Wither was about to get up on the stage.
I thought about it, but I was like, nah.
There's Wither, and then where's...
So, Orcarus, you seat yourself in the northern seats there, and Wither, it looks like you're gonna be in the standing room portion, along with the lower class people who, unsurprisingly, get to sit on the ground or stand rather than getting the cushion seats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Gullible.
Thessia.
Yeah.
Thessia, you stand here, elevated just enough that every eye in the room can fall upon you, and surrounded by flickering torches. that are no magical facsimile of fire like you might see wreathing Creatar. No, these are very much real, and have clearly been placed here for your optimal discomfort.
Mm-hmm.
And at the front, standing with his arms folded over his chest, looking largely stoic, if perhaps with just a very slight note of sympathy when he catches your eye, is Kiln, from the College of Purifiers. And as soon as you take up your station there, the room falls pretty much entirely silent, apart from the occasional cough, almost to pin drop levels. But you are made to wait a few minutes. And eventually you hear a sound, you hear a door opening, and it comes from up here. A set of doors that you can only barely see this balcony that sits high up above even the judge's post. But just by seeing tops of heads, you can see several elite soldiers emerge and take up stations at either end of the balcony. And in a small group, a few other rarefied individuals emerge, very slightly chatting among themselves, and fan out to observe the proceedings. And after another minute or so, you hear doors open again, this time from back here. And the only sound in the room at that point is Etria's quiet, demure footfalls as she silently makes her way up the steps and walks down the aisle here, not once sparing a glance in your direction. She gives a brief nod to Kiln, who returns the nod, then to this guard who stands aside, and she places a hand on the marble railing here, turns, and gives you a slightly searching look with her, like she has noticed your presence and is curious what role you intend to play.
Can I roll to die to see? I've already checked that blue from her, haven't I?
Yes, you do know her
never
blue.
mind. Yes.
Yep. She walks around and gracefully eases herself back into the marble seat, places one arm on each rest, and finally does turn her gaze to you, Thessia. And you can hear just a little quiet, but definitely audible succession of indrawn breaths throughout the crowd. Music.
I think Thessia just does a very small, polite bow. Just trying to show some level of respect, but not trying to draw too much attention or, make it too dramatic.
She crosses one leg over the other, leans back fully, and finally begins to speak. This tribunal shall come to order. We are gathered here in the sight of God that we may judge wisely, truthfully, and mercifully. And everyone kind of looks down for a moment. There's a sort of shared moment of prayer, like an amen. Are you Thessia of Batalis?
Yes.
Do you know the crime you stand accused of?
Yes.
Very good. Some 6 days prior, an act of destruction occurred that tore through Skon's underground into its lower reaches. At this time, searches are ongoing for 3 people still missing, now presumed to have perished. The presumptive count, 11 deaths. The destruction of a workshop belonging to one of the city's most renowned metallurgists. You probably the thought at least crosses your mind of like, oh, okay, so now that you've asked if I know why I'm here, you're then gonna recite it anyway.
Yeah.
If she's doing this because it's procedure, or if she's doing this just to rub it in your face, is not entirely clear from this. But regardless, she opens that way and then looks at you again. Do you dispute the material facts as this tribunal has laid out?
I don't know how I could, but I would hope I could at least provide an explanation. Not an excuse, but at least a reason for its events.
Indeed, you shall speak when this court acknowledges you.
New tactic. Dispute the value of each of the lives lost.
Yeah, but that guy kind of sucked.
Yeah.
Aren't we a little richer for not having fucking Mark there anymore?
The best metallurgist? I don't know.
I don't know about that.
There are several questions that this tribunal must consider before judgment can be rendered. We shall consider them in turn, and you will have the opportunity to speak in your own defense. If any present wish to speak on your behalf, they may do so upon acknowledgement by this proceeding. She doesn't say it, but she looks out to both wings of the audience like, am I clear? Have you any whom you wish to have present to act as your advocate for the duration of this tribunal?
Oh. So, out of character, am I essentially like calling forth a lawyer?
If you want to have someone just standing up there the whole time acting in that capacity, you have the option. If you would rather have your helpers heckling from the sidelines, that is valid too. And you don't, I think you can also, say, oh yeah, we decided ahead of time this was what we were gonna do. You don't have to wing it in the moment in character.
Yeah, what's that laugh for?
Oh, I don't know.
Do you want to be here?
You don't want me to be there.
You don't want him up there.
I think I'll just be up here by myself, I guess. It's the thing of like, if anyone can just pop in when needed.
Is there a similar I guess my question would be if there is a similar cultural feeling toward defending yourself that we often have, where it's like, don't fucking do that.
Don't represent yourself.
That's not going to work.
Well, in modern times, the don't represent yourself has a lot to do with...
You are not a lawyer.
Usually you're not a lawyer, but even if you're a lawyer, as the defendant in a trial, you're allowed to lie in our justice system. And it's if you're accused of murder and you're like, I didn't do the murder, and they find you guilty of murder, you're not also therefore guilty of perjury because you said you didn't do the murder.
Right.
Whereas lawyers in our adversarial justice system are held to the standard that they are expected to
be honest.
To be honest. And so you don't want to represent yourself in our justice system because you don't want to get those wires crossed in a court proceeding. In this universe, this is not an adversarial justice system. This is you are hauled up here, and basically one individual is acting as prosecutor, judge, and jury, and is going to decide what's to be done with you. So people are, frequently don't have anyone else to advocate on their behalf. And so there would not be a stigma or an advisement against simply defending yourself. Sometimes it's people, probably there's not a big profession for defense attorney, quote unquote, because the judge doesn't even have to let someone else speak if they don't want to. But people might often bring out witnesses, either material or character witnesses, to try and advocate for them in a proceeding like this, provided the magistrate in question allows it.
Okay.
So you take that as you will. But it sounds like Orcris and Wither, you guys prefer to stay on, at least physically, on the sidelines for the moment?
Yeah, I don't mind doing that.
Unless Thessia specifically wants me to, or even Atria asks me to do something, I'm just going to chill.
Yeah, while it would be nice to have Twiceborn up there with me, I feel like if you spoke up on your own, that would be probably more telling.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Wither, you can probably assume Etria's gonna call on you at some point. Let's see. Music. What's in a Wonder Ball? Let's go with, yeah. So, we're going to begin the tribunal.
hooray.
This is a conflict. And the outcome will depend on how well you do across the various subjects that the tribunal is going to examine, which you won't know in advance, but Etria is going to announce each of them as they come out.
Yeah.
And I want to get the mechanics dump out of the way and answer questions first. So far as you are aware, your opponent here is Etria. She is not here to impartially judge you. She is here to condemn you, and she's going to do her best effort to see that happens, as you already knew. So she is your direct opponent in this conflict. As such, she is a valid target for your own roles to do if you want to try and change her mind or otherwise damage her credibility or her will to continue the proceedings. Second, there is also the crowd.
Look at that.
The crowd is presumed to be on Etria's side by default. On any given question, she will have briefed them on the general, she'll pretty much always get to make her case first. And so the crowd's health is representative of how much they are on her side rather than yours. So you may also make rolls to do that have the objective of influencing the crowd in the form of dealing damage to them and wearing them down. On any given subject, you will have a limited number of rounds to try and bring the crowd around to your side. If you get the crowd's health down to 0 before that subject is closed for discussion, then you will be considered to have won that point of the argument. And the more of them you win, the better things are likely to end for you vis-a-vis what the public is going to think of you out of this.
Sure.
And if a subject ends and the crowd still has health, then you're presumed to have lost the debate on that specific point. And as far as specific mechanics you should be aware of, this is a boss fight, quote unquote. And so Etria will have her turn in any given act, just like a character always does. She also has one turn for her boss mechanics, which are called rulings.
Mm.
And at the start of every round, I'm gonna roll, and I'm going to randomly choose one. You will know exactly what ruling is in effect for that round. And those are gonna have some effects that we'll get into when I roll the first one. So, do you have any questions conceptually before we go ahead and get to the first act of combat?
I don't think so, other than, like, does the crowd have a color that they lock in as well? Or
yes.
Is it always, okay.
The crowd is going to lock into a random color every round. The crowd never rolls to die or do. They defend at a flat 15 always. And whatever color they're dyed, you can clash with them in.
Okay. But it would still be a flat 15.
Yes, it'll be a flat 15 whether they are rolling to die or rolling to do.
Okay.
So you're looking to beat a 15 in a clash if you're clashing with them, or beat a 15 with your roll to do, regardless of whether you're clashing with them or not. Yeah.
I think the only thing I'll say, just for the sake of the camera, are you able to move the crowd's icon here to this section?
Yeah. Sorry. Which part of the screen would be most helpful?
Like around
Yeah, right there.
Sure. Boop.
There
There
we
you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's for camera.
Okie dokie. Then we can go ahead and everyone can roll to die, Wither and Orcris included.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say right now, what role you want to play here is up to you, but I will just out of game tell you, I did balance this fight around the assumption that all of you would be contributing somehow in most acts. So you will probably not want to just watch Thessia try and solo this.
Oh, why did I do that? Okay. Roll to die. We'll go with yellow.
Etria's gonna roll to die.
Lalo.
Let's see.
Damn it.
What does she want to start out with? I think purple doesn't really make sense to start with, even though it's clearly the one that would be the most advantageous for her. I think she's going to start off in red. And let's also see what her thing is going to be this round. Roll 1d3. Okay. So, all right. So she's gonna have a turn. Also, who has the highest roll to die total? Looks like it's Wither. So you're gonna get to set our order to start with. And the last two things that you need to take into account. So what Etria has rolled for this first round is fixing text real quick. Save. Okay, there we go. Copy. This isn't going to copy formatting, is it? All right, this is still pretty readable. Okay. So her ruling this turn is overbearing order. The way this works, while this turn is still waiting to act, this passive effect is in effect. So until you have her ruling turn fire, all opposing characters' swing values are treated as one lower than what was actually rolled. And the active is what happens when you have that turn fire. So when you choose to fire this, one of you guys has to lock out your current swing.
Okay.
So you have a choice between taking the active hit earlier to get rid of the passive for the rest of the round, or leaving the active till later and dealing with the passive in the meantime.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, and so first turn up is Wither, indeed.
Okay. And does this only is this only active for ourselves, or is it all of us?
Sorry, what do you mean by that?
The overbearing order.
The overbearing order.
It affects everyone who is a character opposing Etria in this scene. So all the player characters.
All the player characters. Okay. So I don't know exactly what I would do here since I am not part of the trial, you know?
That's okay. There's actually one other thing I need to do before we start this round anyway, which is Etria needs to announce the first topic of discussion.
Yeah.
She sits back and puts a hand to her chin, and considers for a moment. Very well. Let us begin with the simplest and most fundamental question at issue here. Were your actions reckless, or worse, malicious? Did you knowingly endanger others' lives in order to save your own? That is to say, do you deserve just punishment for the actions you have already committed? I'm gonna put that in here in case we need to review what's at discussion.
Sure.
So that is our first point of debate. Oops, I had the crowd's max health slightly wrong. They have 10 for this. Okay. And she doesn't say anything again, but she looks at you wither curiously and silently extends a hand, knowing that you've been observing Thessia ever since she asked you to. It appears you have an open invitation to offer whatever your own observations are on the subject.
Easy, we have witnesses.
Mm-hmm. Small step forward.
At the time, we were present when the event occurred. Thessia of House Betalis was not aware of where she was in relation to civilian location. We were far underground. She had no inherent knowledge that it would harm those around.
Her head, Etria's head cocks up slightly. You were present with Thessia of Betalis when this act of destruction occurred. I did not realize that. She says that in a very neutral way, that is nevertheless laced with, like, you could have mentioned that to me.
I could have swore Wither had, but okay.
I could be, maybe that's a continuity error on my part. I didn't remember her knowing that you already knew Thessia prior to her telling you to keep an eye on her.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, it's fine.
Either way, threw her off.
Yeah, no, it's funnier this way in any case. Okay, and so, that'll be a roll to do to influence. Are you, so you can direct that against the crowd, you can direct that against Etria, and just as a reminder, as a general rule, one of the things you can do by igniting your swing when you make a roll to do is to target extra targets with it. So if you ignite, you can target both.
Yeah, I'll ignite to target both, because I want to...
Oh,
well, she's probably gonna pass
I forgot to die the crowd also. My bad.
Die crowd.
Die crowd. Okay, crowd is dyed blue.
Yeah, I'll ignite because it is literally a fact that we were underground and we had no fucking idea where we were. So.
Okay, so don't lock that die out yet. You get to make the roll to do, and then you'll lock it out afterward. So this will be against both of them. It's going to
Ooh.
clash with the crowd, and that's a clash you'll win.
Mm-hmm.
And then Etria, let's see. That's just going to be a roll to die from her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're going to hit her as well. And I think she is going to swap to purple here. And, yeah, so you're going to deal 6 damage to Etria as she's kind of like, okay, I was not expecting an unforeseen development literally right out the gate. Cool, very cool, nice, very nice. And then you're clashing with the crowd. You're already igniting your swing to have targeted both, so you will not be able to ignite for the extra damage.
That's fine.
But you will deal 6 to the crowd. Mm-hmm. And then go ahead and lock out that green, if you would, please.
The bug queen.
All right.
Now we are Nikki.
Steps back.
I just realized. You deal slightly less damage just because of the overbearing order, because your swing was 5.
-1 on that.
Yeah, so 5 damage to both. And then whose turn is next? Orcris, Thessia, Etria regular turn, or Etria ruling turn?
Let me see. In other words, I think Etria should go next.
Okay. Regular turn?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Etria considers your words for a moment, shifts slightly in her chair. The patterns across her body swirl in a deliberately ambiguous way that you nevertheless read just a mote of irritation into. I see. Well, you will certainly serve this tribunal well as a first-hand witness, then, to both the event and with your observations of Master Thessia's conduct following the event. Nevertheless, it seems to me that you could not know what she did or did not realize would be the consequences of those actions, albeit I am told she took them in a very desperate situation. I would nevertheless argue that no matter how desperate the situation, even to save one's own life, surely it is unacceptable to take an action that could bring harm to an unknown number of people, such as shaping a tunnel through any part of the underground. She is going to address this at the crowd and try and influence them back her way. And that's also going to clash. So she's going to need to beat a 15 roll to do there.
Okay.
There's kind of another round of like, I can't say what I would do, but it's a moral imperative. That's her regular turn. And now she is going to... she doesn't necessarily actually appreciate the extent to which Orcris is involved here, so I think she'll pitch it to Thessia.
Thessia kind of takes a deep breath and then looks up. It was out of desperation, but not just for myself. I was with my mother.
Also, it would help me if you could mention exactly how deep down you were.
Yeah, I mean, we were like hundreds
crazy deep down. Almost far deeper than any shaper has ever dug out in a single moment.
That is actually the direction I was going to go. I was starting with the emotion because I'm yellow, but then like lead into that. Thessia puts her hands on the railing. It was out of desperation to save not just myself, but my mother as well. More than that, when I activated my rune, I had no idea that much power could be thrust into it. When was the last time you heard anyone use the Rune of Thale through hundreds of feet of stone, make a perfectly carved tunnel?
There's an impressive feat indeed.
An impressive feat, but not the intention.
It's also a good thing to note, out of character, that as far as you're aware, the entire tunnels had been evacuated because that was what you were actively doing beforehand.
Yeah. And even beforehand, one of the main reasons I was even as far down as I was is that I was trying, with the help with Creatar, trying to escort miners out of the collapsed tunnels when my mother and I fell. So, there was at least the idea that the tunnel should be cleared if we were going up a few levels, but to reach the surface was not the intention, nor even an expectation of my capabilities.
Okay, and are you trying to influence her, the crowd, or both?
I will try to go for, I think, the crowd, because I can like burn it to double damage,
yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
If you don't ignite for the AoE, quote unquote, then yeah, you have that option. Well, you're not going to clash though, because the crowd's blue at the moment.
Oh, so
you don't get to ignite.
You wouldn't clash with either of them at the moment, because the crowd's blue, Etria's purple.
Oh. Well, then I guess I can only pick one anyways.
You can ignite just to get a bonus 1d6 on the roll, but you have to do that before you roll. You won't be able to do it after you see what you've rolled.
I guess
Otherwise, you can just roll normal.
Would that d6 go on top of the damage, or is it like just to hit?
Just a hit.
Okay. Well, I'd have to roll my damage again. Do I feel confident that I could roll higher than a 4 and not be stuck with a 3? I will ignite, so I guess I drop my...
So you still get to use the swing for the roll to do. You ignite immediately afterward.
Okay.
Or so, you have to choose to ignite, but there wouldn't be a point in adding a d6 if you had to lose your swing anyway for the roll. So
okay.
Yeah.
So I will ignite. So here is the base roll.
Yeah!
Oh! And then, not that it super matters, but here is a d6 as well.
The d6, okay. So presently, your swing is treated as 3 because of the passive, but that will double to 6.
Nice.
So you'll deal 6 damage, and the invocation of your mother is immediate massive sympathy points of like, oh, the poor woman, that's I'd have to do everything in my power in that case. But
also hoping that, like, the basic facts of, like, would I actually, despite desperation, would I actually try to make a, like, 500-foot tunnel that's, like, 50 feet across? Like, regardless of desperation, that's a psychotic decision.
Nobody would. Because nobody would have the inkling that such a thing were possible.
Not to mention, it's a crazy idea to do because it's like, yes, now that I've made this 500-foot tunnel, I will rocket to the top before
I'm on my way to the moon.
Before what is essentially air kills me.
Yeah. All right. Successful argument from you there. Remaining options are Orcris or the ruling.
The ruling would remove.
At this point, you'd have to have Orcris lock out his swing die because he's the only one left. So you probably want to just have Orcris go instead and have the minor penalty instead of the lockout. If it gets to the ruling turn and all of you have already like ignited your swing or otherwise gotten rid of it, then the ruling's active won't do anything.
Okay. Then yeah, I guess I will toss it over to Orcris.
Simple enough. I Before entering, I will have taken a special tincture that I have. I call it the Silver Sight, and I will. They work like eye drops, and when properly applied, they give me sort of a. It helps to sort of see truth. It helps me to sort of see the minute sort of movements with greater clarity that people make when they are nervous, when they are when they're nervous, when they're lying, when they're under a lot of stress.
You get the Apollo Justice sight.
Yes. And I will have applied some of that onto myself. And I will sort of start a whisper chain through the crowd, indicating sort of like emphasizing what has been said, by Thessia, to where if like looking up at were Thessia's actions reckless? Did she knowingly endanger others' lives in order to save her own? How could she have known? How could she have known? Such an act, such a level of shaping has never before been done. And so I will sort of start that whisper campaign throughout the crowd here.
Okay. And how do the silver eye drops assist with this? Just so I understand how the hidden eye is applying.
The hidden eye is not applying.
Okay, so if that's the case, you're gonna need to drop swing and roll wild.
Easy. Let me drop my swing somehow. I guess lock out and switch it back to normal.
You don't have to lock it out. You can just set it to none. Locking out would mean you don't get your yellow for the next roll to die, which is not what you need to do. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
all right. So I'm going to just roll to do.
And this is to influence the crowd?
Yes.
Okay. Go for it.
This feels wild, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you technically, I think you could also roll Smiling Eye, but it's a +0 anyway, and it's not going to make it a clash, so it really doesn't matter.
If I say it angry style, like this is bullshit.
I see.
If I say it angry style, like this is bullshit. This isn't right. Could I do red? Because I did also roll a 6 on my red earlier.
I don't want to tell you what your attributes mean, because you're the one who designed them.
All right, it's fine.
I sort of feel like...
I'm not intimidating anybody.
It feels more cajoling than threatening.
That's fine. I'll go with wild.
Oh, so that's 17. Okay. So you do manage to get that going, but the whisper doesn't spread as far as you were hoping. It kind of becomes endemic to your little section of the crowd, but the rest of the crowd is too fixated on what's being said officially to notice. And then final turn of the act, the ruling fires. None of you have a swing locked in, so that will not do anything. All right, next act. Everyone roll to die.
Hello.
My favorite Jungle Book character. It is oh, that's right. From now on, it's whoever acted last. So it'll be Etria's choice of who's gonna act first this round. Oh, and I need to roll for the crowd. They are going to be yellow.
You
now.
bastards.
And roll the mechanic. What do we got? Oh, same one. Okay. Same one's in effect as before. And I think this time... Etria's kind of trying to get a better sense of Wither's stake in this. So I think Etria's gonna have Wither act first. Also, Wither, I can't help but notice you locked into black there.
Yeah.
Do you want to use your Whispers of the Heart here?
Well, here's the issue with
ahead.
that. I'm not within 30 feet of her.
Oh. Oh.
Can you trade seats with someone?
I guess that's true, but also, I'm not like a huge. The 30 feet I kind of came up with as like you have to be like in the scene. They can't be like way the fuck far away from you.
You can't be like, you can't have like a scope.
Yeah, so I think I'm okay with it if you want to use it here. Currently, Etria is the only valid target, and you would get her red.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay. Yeah, as you let the whispers in, you can hear them resonating around the room, and you get a little bit more of a read on people. But you focus in on Etria. And I will read you the description of her red stat and its name. Its name is On High. Power and the love of power for its own sake. She exults in having other people's fates in her hands, and she exults in making sure they know it. This is also a weakness for her. She will absolutely monologue instead of finishing the job quickly.
Very silly. Okay. So, the ruling is still up, and we're basically still round robining it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me think. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. He has started that little whisper over there. And we were down to such a level. We were down to such a level where like people aren't really. This is below the What's the level of the city where the mist has already like come in and kind of taken that area over at one point?
Well, the foundation was swept by a surge, but that's the lowest level of the above ground. No part of the underground has been like entirely wiped out that way, but probably the deep is where you would sometimes see like, oh fuck, we broke down a wall that actually connects to a convoluted path. That means the mist can kind of leak in and we need to barricade it up. So when it leaks into the underground, as it did that day, it's typically in the deep, which is the level that where mines are also. So that's why the mine was affected.
Okay.
It should.
They start talking and then they realize they didn't step forward and they go like, oh, right. Step forward a little bit.
It should also be noted that while the mist was encroaching, Thessia had taken measures to protect herself and her mother beforehand. She attempted to dig down to avoid the stolen breath. We observed this as if she was digging her grave. What happened next? We did not observe directly, as it happened underground.
And are you influencing Etria or the crowd or both?
I think Etria here.
Okay. Well, black doesn't clash with anything, so you can go ahead and roll to do against her roll to die.
Bleh.
Let's see. She'll stick on red, I think. And that roll to die will be enough to avoid the hit. Etria nods and looks like she's processing what you're saying, but is at the moment kind of like, yeah, I mean, I already figured that. I mean, wait, I'm here to conduct a fair trial? Come on, buddy. So she herself does not appear to be moved by this particular line of argument. Who is acting next?
Remind me again, is the crowd one?
The crowd does not have a turn.
Okay,
Thessia.
Thessia.
And gets beaten up. Okay.
Wither also does not step back. They just stay there.
Let's see here. I had an idea and it has vanished from my brain. I think
I mentioned that you digged a little hidey hole.
you did do that. Thessia looks back up. Sorry, yeah, she reaches out for the ledge once again. My intention was to dig down first to avoid causing any more structural damage down below. We'd already had a cave-in. I thought trying to go up initially was a terrible idea. Not to mention, there is the risk that the breath could follow. So I went down first. Trying to think if there's anything else I'd want to throw in on that pile. She also mentions, Wither can also attest that they found me in a, well, pretty miserable state even before the breath had shown up. My mother and I were, well, I was conscious at least, but barely. We were both entangled in some strange vegetation that was actively trying to kill us. If the fall already hadn't been bad enough, I was in a remarkably weakened state. And Wither was kind enough to guide us for a normal path throughout.
Okay. And are you influencing the crowd, Etria, or both?
I guess I could go for both, but if I get targeted, I'm probably going to explode. Well, I mean, I'm going to get hit either way. I guess I'll try to target both, because I can't try to double my damage anyways, so I will roll to do. Oh.
It's not going to clash with either. So let me roll to die Etria. She'll stick with red. Ah, close. So almost got her with that one. That being said, the crowd looks like they're not entirely sure of the logistics involved. They're like some of them are kind of trying to do the mental math of like, down first. Is that what I would? Yeah, I guess does that make sense? I suppose. And so it looks like they're getting a little stuck in the weeds and not coming on with the not fully following what you're saying and therefore coming to the implications. However, as soon as you have having invoked your mother an additional time here, your mother, quite out of turn, stands up. I scarcely even remember that day, as I took a blow to the head myself. But you all should understand the bond between a mother and her child. It should be a mother's job to protect her children. And yet that day, it was my daughter who saved my life. And that fact will not cease to bring me guilt for the rest of my years, I suspect. You all would be blessed to have a daughter who thinks of you the way that my daughter thought of me that day. Everything that she has said is true. She's gonna make her own attempt here on the crowd.
Help, Mom.
This is gonna be a roll to do. Trying to beat a 15.
Oh, I see it runs in the family.
I'm sorry, my daughter, I've doomed you this day.
And I can't do the re-roll because
It's not you rolling here.
Well, it says re-roll any roll to do.
Sorry, does it rule on any roll? Sorry, that is meant to be on your rolls to do.
Yeah.
Is this thing getting nerfed again?
Well, no, that's always what it was intended to be. Or Chris has the magic touch that lets him cause other people to have to re-roll, but that was always meant to be. This only functions for you. I apologize if that was not clear.
I'm considering it, but I also have that as a backup. Well, there are things I can do to make it work again. Yeah, I'll give her a second chance.
I mean, you don't even have to give her you can just make her succeed. It's not even a re-roll.
That's true. Yeah, she succeeds, and then I will wound my hidden eye.
Okay, you can do that. You don't actually have to do that unless you actually go and want to use it a second time.
I'll do it when the time comes. I got you.
Okay. Yeah, there's a moment in the original timeline. She makes that impassioned plea, and immediately Etria sits up in her seat. You have not been given authorization to speak in this proceeding. You will control yourself, or you will be removed.
I stand up and I say, "No, bitch."
Yeah. And so you see that's exactly what's incoming, and you don't want that.
I choose another path.
And sure enough, Etria sits up to make that proclamation, and just kind of like chokes on her words for a minute and loses the critical moment where she could have stopped her before she had said enough to persuade, and has to is like, well, now if I interrupt, I just look like a dick. And so she frustratedly starts to sit up, sits back down, and frowns, and Ariti gets to finish what she was saying, and it does appear to affect the crowd quite deeply and sincerely. That's going to be good for 8 damage, which will zero the crowd out.
Cool. So I noticed that when Etria does her roll, it heals them. Can they be healed from 0?
No, if they hit 0, we're done with it. You win. I'm not going to backseize you by having her try and tug of war them back over the line. Because that would also mean every segment has to go on for the maximum amount of time, and I don't think any of us want that.
Well, I was also concerned because then there's like a threat of like, well, we can't ever have her go last because if
because it'll no. Oh, Will, I hope you stop coughing soon.
Don't worry, I mute it.
No, not for the recording, man. I want you to be free of this scourge.
One day.
Yeah, the crowd murmurs a lot, and appears to the power of a good story is worth more than the truth, ironically, in spite of it having been Orcris's effect that made this possible. And the crowd very firmly starts to coalesce around the dramatic and somewhat tragic tale of a daughter who would do anything to save her mother, and how they can't reasonably say they wouldn't do the same, especially if they couldn't know what the consequences would be. And
luckily, the truth and a good story were not at odds in this particular situation.
Particular case, yes. And so, as the crowd starts to murmur again, Etria raises a hand, and the murmurs die back down. Arati sits back down, clearly surprised with herself for having made that outburst, and kind of steeples her hands across her mouth like, all right, I can't push my luck anymore. And I will go ahead. I was gonna wait till we got to the second section, but it ended up being relevant here. So, you have done some legwork before the tribunal. You have some people in your corner. Arati was one of them, but you have several more who you can choose when you might want to deploy in a round. They're not gonna roll to die. They're not gonna be in the initiative order, but anytime one of you has the initiative to decide who goes next, you can just assist tag one other person into the round to act, and they'll do whatever they're gonna do. That set of people, Arati was one. You have Peregrine, who will back up whatever Wither says, and might plausibly run his mouth about Etria's prejudgment, per him having been present for that conversation. You have one use of collectively the heads of the runic colleges petitioning on your behalf. You have one use of where is this fucker?
Pretty sure I got Charities.
Yeah, I'm trying to find him.
He's,
you have
top.
one use of Charities, who can give some measure of religious sanction to whatever argument you're making. And finally, you have Mikrios, who can make a personal appeal to Thessia's character. So you have those four bullets left in your gun.
I feel like you might also, Thessia, have Palaikaios, assuming you have made the decision to give in to whatever whatever his dealie was.
Yeah, I mean, I did give him an offer. I just don't know if he's like,
oh, that's true. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a pretty reasonable deal of like, hey, you don't have to deal with all like the paperwork and bullshit, and then once it's like actually going,
once it's up and running, it's a lot easier to handle.
Yeah, and then like make the changes you actually want, and not on top of that, my grandpa is such a fuck that people will probably like vote him out if that's even a possibility with it.
People will be happy to see his ass gone.
Exactly, and would be like stoked to have him pop in. So it's like we're literally warming the seat for you.
The crowd dies down, and Etria lowers her hand. Enough. I think we have fully explored the subject of your motives and judgment in the moment in question. Let us turn from the past to the future. Specifically, it falls to this tribunal to determine not merely if justice must be done for past misdeeds, but what must be done to assure the safety of our city. To that end, we shall consider the question, are you, Thessia of Batalis, a danger for the future? Do you need to be removed from any ability to use your power in order to prevent future destruction?
Easy.
And I have reset the crowd. They're starting at 12 now rather than 10.
Okay.
And everyone can roll to die.
Let's see here. Oh, that's right. I haven't locked out, so I can actually just like keep this if I want.
Oh, my green isn't supposed to be there. Do I have to re-roll that?
Did you roll to die an extra time accidentally?
No, because, like, remember how I ignited earlier?
Yeah, you ignite. So you locked it out, and then you had to roll to die without it, which you've now done once. So yeah.
Oh, it only knew once. Okay, hang on.
Yeah.
Let me pick what color.
When you wound an
Okay.
attribute, it's gone until you get to rest. But lockout is just for the next roll to die. You don't get it.
All right, keep everything where it was. I'm mostly just doing this for orange because orange was already locked.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So
Don't forget, you don't have to roll. You can set it manually through the content.
Yeah.
Okay, so your roll to die 13, Etria 12, and Thessia 15. Okay, then Thessia, it's on your choice to see who acts first. And real quick, let me roll the crowd color. Okay, they're gonna be yellow this round.
Damn, I thought about being yellow, but I backed off.
And then also, can we see a different mechanic? We do. And because you have now effectively wounded the crowd once, you're going to get the slightly buffed versions of these.
God damn it.
So, all right. So for this turn, we're going to have the moderate stage of Deaf Ears. Treat the crowd as if it were dyed black, meaning nothing clashes with it, and increase its passive defense roll by 2. Is the passive.
Whoa.
The active, when you fire this turn, Etria makes an immediate roll to do to influence the crowd, restoring its health if successful, and she gets a 1d6 bonus to hit on that roll.
Ew.
I mean, could we just have her do that now?
Yeah. You could try that exploit. They're at max health at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'll
go
just,
for it.
Why not? Yeah.
I'll just have her activate that immediately because the passive is still there, right?
So yeah, once you fire the active for a round, the passive is off for the rest of the round. That's the advantage of firing it early.
Oh, then yeah, let's just activate
So yeah,
that.
no, in this particular case, this is a great one for you guys to roll as the first thing on a new round of this. That's I mean, she can make that roll, but it's not gonna let her re-roll any dice or anything. So yeah, there's no reason. They're at max health already.
Huzzah!
So yeah, you guys get off easy on that one.
Get
It does mean she will get to choose who goes next. I think in this instance, yeah, she can't persuade the crowd any further from right here. I think she's gonna let you make the first move here, Thessia.
Okay.
See what you have to say for yourself in regards to this point.
Thessia looks up. My main role at the academy is an educator. I thoroughly enjoy guiding students through all of the possibilities that these runes can provide, or more specifically, Thale. I mean, even recently we had a new student who was more just curious about the rune Thale, for they seem to have a connection with it. And they were nervous about it, reasonably so. I didn't want to push them for it, but I did let them know, seeing as they were a strong believer and dedicated follower of Gaea, that it could be used to help with their churches, to restore some of the beauty in the statues, or just help the general public, which is the thing I want most from these runes. I understand that they are frightening, that they can be dangerous, but if we treat them with the respect that they deserve, they can be used in marvelous ways to, she gestures, even create this. And she gestures to the whole building. Fail.
Society.
Society.
It was not I who was wrong. It was the world.
Fail helped create the majesty of this building. Har is what illuminates your judgment. She kind of just gestures around and kind of points out, just talking about how each of the runes are used on a daily basis of just like It's courtesy of the Rune of Tyr that our food lasts longer. I'm rambling at this point, but
Indeed.
I don't consider myself a threat because I strictly want to see Skull grow.
Did you just call it skull?
What did I? Oh no! What is this? What are we? Where are we?
Scon?
Scon.
Sorry, I was trying to parse which proper noun you meant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to see Scon grow.
I just want to see this skull grow. Okay, and what's the target of this influence?
I guess I can't beat her in a one-on-one, so I'm going after the crowd once again.
Okay. Go make that good roll to do.
This is H. Hold on. Let me...
And now here you could use the thing if you wanted.
Is this... I guess it would be smarter to just do a full reroll.
Let's see. Or, yeah, reroll or 2d6. Yeah, you need... Well, you only need 4 to get it to a 15. So you're probably more likely to roll at least a 4 on 2d6 than to roll a 9 or higher on a rerolled d20.
Yeah. I will do the 2d6. I'll explain how you're...
Yeah, and in this case, the application is very obvious. Like, you can clearly describe the runes in a very insightful and academic way.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be good for 6 on the crowd there. Oops, I set them to -6. That's not what I meant to do.
I can't ignite to double that, can I? That's for
no,
clash.
because that's for clash only. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, then I will leave it at that then.
Okay, who's acting next?
Throw it to me.
You want it? Yeah.
Speaking out of turn, to the crowd, again, my whisper campaigns. I
So you're locked in red, and I'm just imagining you be like, vote for her acquittal or I'll fucking stab your eyeball.
it's more.
But sir, we don't get to vote.
Yeah, it's more. I'm going to try to rile the crowd up. This is a bullshit question. This is a bullshit question. We're so she is to defend herself from crimes not done. Like, what is this? This is ridiculous. It's clear to me that it's clear to me that our judge has some sort of stake, has some stake or another in seeing Thessia fall. Otherwise, she wouldn't ask such stupid ass questions.
Etria looks up from eating her T-bone. Huh?
Oh.
All right, then yeah, I'll let you blood eye for that. You're going at it with piss and vinegar. So yeah, you can go ahead and make a roll to do. And you're targeting the crowd.
Yes.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Let me see what I got. I might have something.
Because if you do, it'll wound the crowd.
Yeah.
Also, I feel obligated to point out that you do also have He of Rapturous Tinctures.
Yeah,
equipped.
I'm looking at that right now.
Okay. It doesn't. Well, it's not going to help you immediately on this roll, but it's a thing you can do when we're rolling to die at the start of rounds.
Right. Okay. Let me pop up an influence peddler. Might be able to.
Oh, this is true.
Might be able to.
Yeah, a little tricky to make promises of favors to individuals here, but I'll wait and see what you're proposing.
I'm going to take a look at. Well, that would be more to be used on Etria herself. If I were to use sulfur, the fact that I know that she has already made her decision. And so instead of doing what I did before to the crowd, perhaps I would... no, I've already made the roll. Favors, gifts, and bribes? Maybe?
Although I would say that would be difficult to combine with your red attribute.
Yeah, I think so too. And then gold used to
Precious
influence through reputation and the perception of your power. You know,
If you were gonna use anything on the crowd here, I think gold would be most appropriate because you're hoping to appear as though you're speaking with authority of some kind.
Yeah, feels like gold. Let me see, what am I at? So I know what I would need to roll.
So you need to get up to a 15, so you need 7 more.
7. So even if I were to spend the gold, I wouldn't be able to get it, would I? Oh, an additional 2d6? So it's not impossible.
This is a case, I'd probably give you 2d6. 7 is the average, so you're somewhat more likely than not, but there's still a significant chance you would fail to roll anyway.
All right.
That's the casino we're living in.
Yeah. I think I will spend the gold and I'll do the 2d6.
Okay. All right. Let me mark that down there. Okay. That's your gold spent. So you, the people around you are kind of taken aback with the sudden venom that you're speaking with and the apparent certitude that you have that this is a ridiculous question and that it clearly reflects poorly on her for even making it a part of the proceedings.
And can I ignite that to hit both of them?
That is a choice you would have had to make before rolling.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine. Makes sense.
But yeah, no, the initial is like, whoa, jeez, go off, guy. Like, you speak with such certainty, and such like, duh, this is obvious, that you kind of gaslight people into like, I guess that must be obviously the case. That's not how I was thinking of it, but like, I don't want to look stupid.
To me, it is quite obvious.
I think
that is the case. I don't even have to lie to say that.
No, it's not a lie. It's just most people were kind of just like, yeah, I mean, whatever she says is meant to be in the tribunal. Is meant to be in the tribunal. They were taking it at face value and not thinking any deeper about the nature of the question and what it reflects. And you kind of shock them out of the gate with that. That's gonna be good for a hit then. For an effect of 6.
Yeah.
I'm looking back through the law. Oh, okay, right. You had the red on your actual roll to die, and then the 3 was on your like dump. Okay,
that was just for orange.
I was looking back. I was like, how did that become a 6? I thought you rolled a 3. Okay, yeah. Go. Yeah. So, the subject has scarcely been broached, and Thessia's in the midst of defending herself, taking it as if it were a question asked in good faith and defending herself as best you can, and you whisper, but not that quiet, and really get the crowd on your side of the room riled up to the point that mid Thessia still finishing speaking, Etria looks over and is like, what the fuck's going on over there? And like that half of the crowd
is like, this is a load of barnacles.
is muttering in obvious discontent at this even being introduced as a thing we're gonna discuss. And she looks rather taken aback by that. It doesn't reach the point, no one's stupid enough for it to get to the point of anyone yelling out shit, but the mood of that side of the room is contagious, and people on the other side of the room start whispering as well. And Etria raises a hand, and this time the crowd does not quickly come back to order. because the people around you are like actually kind of stewing now. Silence does not return to the room until the door opens and a little trail of fog comes in, and someone stoops through and shuts it behind them.
What the hell?
Fuck? Hello?
Many eyes in the room turn as let me, you know what, we haven't seen this character before, so
Bro, is that blue lace agate? Agate? I don't know how to
Where's my
pronounce that word.
fucking...
Or is
Here we
this
go.
a lupus?
Oh.
Yeah, this about 10-foot tall, fridge-shaped person walks into the room. Fridge body, Anubis head. And their body is a wreath of what is it? Azurite, I believe, was the stone here, with all these little intricate swirled patterns, and a cape of shimmering refractive malachite trails behind them. And they quietly proceed up the steps, 2 at a time, while maintaining a very conservative walking pace. And they just silently stand here, not appearing to have entered with the intent of calming down the crowd, but the crowd does very quickly fall to a hush and then to dead silence. They stand here exactly the same height as the statue next to them, and angle themselves slightly so that they can take in the room, but otherwise they say nothing and do nothing.
Huh.
Etria looks, she pauses. She was waiting for the crowd to cease speaking, but even after they fall silent, she is silent for several seconds, and her patterns swirl erratically, especially around her eyes, giving the brief impression of blinking several times, like, excuse, okay. And you see her very briefly look up. She can't see anyone on the balcony behind her, but she looks up, kind of betraying, like, looking for direction, and then shakes her head and returns and relaxes her posture again, kind of gets command, but appears to have been rattled by this entrance. Let me go ahead and music us once again.
Baboon.
Let's see. We'll go with, we'll go back to this real quick. Okay. So Etria does not formally call a close to that subject of debate, but having seen how the crowd reacted, she appears to make the decision that the wisest course is to simply blow past it, and you know what? Let's like just pretend we didn't even bring that up for now. Let's talk about something else. She opens her mouth. Right. Then let us turn this proceeding's attention. She trails off for a moment, looks at this person again, and looks back to you, Thessia. As a matter of fact, this tribunal will stand in a brief recess. She rises from the seat and makes her way, stepping quickly down the steps. And she motions for you to approach with her. She kind of beckons you.
Ha.
Can you convey a message to... Her eyes slide toward Thessia again, back to you. Your friend over there on my behalf? I would like to speak with her in private. Briefly, before we resume the proceedings.
Only if we may attend.
Yes,
Is
very
this-
well. Very well. She doesn't look happy about it, but she reflects on her options and decides not to press the matter at the moment.
Thessia's eyes are wandering. She's doing her best not to look nervous, but she's like, a lot of people are moving. Why are there's a lot of people moving? With her? What are you doing up here?
Atria wishes to speak to you alone.
Okay. She looks at the two
You
guards.
will follow.
I think she genuinely gets here, is a little hesitant, is this okay? I didn't hear in order that was acceptable, and proceeds.
The guards kind of share a glance, and they see that Etria has. They observe the sequence of things that happened and appear for the moment to be assuming, I guess this is supposed to happen.
Okay, I didn't see which direction Etria left.
She went around, and there's a passage through here on the lower floor
Oh,
as
I
well. She
see.
walked through there.
As they walk with her, not with her, Thessia's like, thank you. I think your testimonies have been extremely helpful.
We merely stated what happened.
I know, but still.
This guard falls in behind you. So that's gonna happen real quick. But before we cut to anywhere else, is there anything you're doing during this brief downtime moment there, Orcris? Dead.
Awesome.
Austin!
Oh, he
dead.
might have gotten up.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine. I'll ask when we get back. I'll ask him. Is there anything you wanted to do while this is happening?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
hi.
Okay, sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, no, I guess my mic just stopped working.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Very good. Very normal. No, I'm just kind of sitting here pleased with myself.
Hey, you did good work.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
All right.
also looking at this big blue guy.
Yeah.
Would I know this guy off the top of my dome?
It's not impossible. You do make it your business to know many things.
A guy like him kind of stands out.
Yeah, that's certainly true. It's more of a, would you have ever crossed paths with this individual, and if not, would you have gotten their description from someone else? Why don't you go ahead and just give me a D20, just a D20 for luck.
Cool.
Well,
Erg.
I'm glad it's here.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. No, all you can infer, it seems like maybe a smattering of people in the crowd, probably the more among the higher class ones, might actually recognize this person, but it seems like mostly the crowd fell silent because giant man who could rip my head off walked up and just stood here, more so than because they necessarily know who they are.
Cool.
And where are we? Yeah, okay. Here we go. So, I also am getting a little bit of echo if someone has switched to speakers from headphones.
Nope, that's just because I was leaning down near my mic.
I gotcha. No problem. All right. So, The guard keeps an uncomfortable lack of distance behind you as you two follow through the doors and toward Etria's chamber. And you step through the door, and Etria is here, and I lost her swing. Blue. There we go. Etria is here
now.
Oh.
Etria's here. She's standing by this shelf near the shrine and kind of idly fiddling with one of the potted plants up on it. The door opens and you step through, and she turns and immediately her gaze pivots to this guard. Excuse me, what do you think you're doing? I'm here to ensure that you are leaving the post. You are to ensure the safety of the Domina, not my own. There is a priority and an order to these things, and I don't need you getting any ideas and using your own initiative at this time. Am I understood? Very well. The guard seems reluctant, but he backs out of the room and shuts the door behind him. Sit.
All right.
Wither sits where they're standing.
Thessia like looks over at Wither and goes, Wither's gonna wither, and turns back. So, what can I do for you this fine day?
I need none of your flippancy at this moment. Thank you. You... Well, I applaud your spirit, not going quietly into that gentle night. Wither, Etria's clearly still in the middle of making up her mind about something. Mm-hmm. You can tell from how rapidly the patterns are swirling across her body, as well as she's drumming her fingers on the table. She was fiddling with the plant before. It seems she's not necessarily reacting super well to things having gone so far off track from how she assumed this proceeding was going to go. And still, you get the sense, just studying her body language, she is standing on a threshold and trying feverishly to calculate in this moment whether there is more danger in staying on one side of the threshold or stepping across. And you get a little prickle across the back of your mind, Wither, and you hear the voice again. Wither, this is very important. There's something only you can do, right here and right now.
Kill Etria.
Kill everyone in the whole world! You know that power that sleeps inside of you? You used it to tame the stone swimmer. You used it to replenish yourself. If you use it right now, you can liberate your friend and also your enemy. She's so close, but she's too much of a coward to take the step without you. She's not being true to herself, and it will cost her, and it will cost Thessia. But should you lay a hand upon her, should you use that power, you can put things right. You can reveal her true self.
The idea of a secret, trying to hide. Someone's true self trying to be hidden. They slowly raise from the ground and go over to sit on this seat. Etri is sitting there humming and hawing, yeah?
Yeah, she looks like the wheels are turning, and she is... Her hand's kind of hovering a little, but reading her body language again. She looks like she is going to approach this threshold and turn away. Like she's probably about to send Thessia away and call off whatever she had been considering doing in this moment.
Etria,
What?
your confliction. You have sat on it too long.
And what would you know about any conflict I may hold? I believe I made all of my thoughts entirely plain to you the other day. Not that you've seen fit to cooperate with me.
It is okay. It will be okay. Take this moment, this respite. Collect yourself.
They're gonna lean forward and put their hands, like, palms up on this desk here.
Confide.
She looks down questioningly at those hands, and then back up at you. What are you playing at?
We can sense your confliction. How it dwells within you. We are of the land, the people of Skan. Our meat is Gaea. We can hide what we think inside, but our bodies cannot.
She sits forward in the chair and kind of resumes drumming her fingers on the desk a little while looking thoughtfully at your hands. You get the impression that she's not gonna do it on her own initiative. If you want to touch her, you're going to have to be the one to take that bolder step.
Mm-hmm.
If we have made things more difficult for you, this was not the intention. We simply wish to know.
You know what?
All we can. The truth of Miss Betalus's predicament. Why Gaea sought to bestow it upon her. Why you are wound so deeply within it. We have stated nothing but the truth to the people behind those doors.
Her breathing quickens. The fingers drum faster and faster. You can practically picture her standing on that threshold, on tippy toes, teetering. She just needs one final push.
We have told them the truth. Are you trying to keep it hidden?
Take it from her. Take away the facade and find it for yourself.
While she's drumming, they'll just reach over very gently and place one hand on top of hers.
She looks taken aback by this gesture. The drumming stops and her whole body kind of tenses slightly. Wither... well, first of all, you can go ahead and activate your, life from death gift. I don't think you've taken any damage, but you can regain 1d6 health here.
Woohoo!
As you feel something leeching from the hand that you're holding. A gentle stream that runs all the way back up her arm and not into her body so much as into her being. And you immediately, a mental image intrudes into your head of when you laid your hand on the dead man's chest and it parted to reveal the obsidian arrowhead lodged near his heart. And Etria, stares transfixed for a moment as your hand covers hers, and the patterns initially pick up speed and then very slowly begin to stabilize until they've almost come to a complete stop. Yet they only grow more intense momentarily. And then it appears to vanish for a moment. And what you feel drain into you, you feel... It's like the aftertaste of the conversation you had yesterday. The professed devotion to the safety of Scon, and the need to balance the scales of power between the ecclesiasts and the rune-touched. Everything that she presented to you the other day, almost the truth, but not quite. No. Those words, those concerns exist, but they're not truly hers. Not on her deepest level. Her, the simulacra of her eyes widen, and her pupils seem to grow for a moment. She slowly slips her hand out of yours and leans back in the chair, and looks nowhere for a moment, and then looks back to both of you. What would you say, either of you, if I said that what we discussed the other day, Wither, so much religious pablum, I couldn't care less whether the Devas and the Domina from their high seats have to look the rune-touched in the eye or get to gaze at them from on high. I could scarcely even care what my dear brother has to say on the subject. Thessia, you have an as yet inexplicable power, it would seem. And it's brought you an awful lot of trouble. Frankly, it's brought me an awful lot of trouble. And it's bringing me more trouble still. This tribunal has gotten out of hand. And let me be clear, I could still see to it that it ends very, very poorly for you. But that would require a level of devotion to the cause from me that I simply do not possess. It makes no difference to me whether you live free or die today. So why, I ask myself, should I trouble myself to see that it's the latter? No. I have here an opportunity, in fact, to turn these problems into further opportunities. Yes. Yes. I'd like to extend you an offer, Master Thessia.
All right, and that being...
I can end this tribunal right now. Proclaim your innocence to the entire city. As long as you give me a reason that my benefactors, such as my brother, would find palatable. And I think that would be best for you as well. And I'm willing to do this on one rather simple condition. I am growing increasingly tired of sitting here in my brother's shadow, of being dictated to by the ecclesiasts just as they presume to dictate to the rune-touched. I could use powerful allies to end that circumstance. Powerful allies who I could be a powerful ally to in turn. You swear your service to me, and not only will you leave the tribunal today a free woman, but I can do many valuable services for you in future.
That...
Naturally, I should say, before you even respond, naturally, if you describe such an offer to any other person, I will deny it, and they will believe me before they believe you. Keep that in mind. But by all means, tell me your thoughts.
That is indeed an interesting offer, I must admit. Not anticipated. What precisely would you want from me specifically? I mean, it's a pretty open-ended offer, you must understand.
Oh, of course. Well, that's just my predicament, you see. I don't have a specific service in need at this exact moment. But a power like yours has many applications. Particularly if you do intend to continue on a course to its mastery, as I strongly suspect you do. But indeed, I cannot give you any guarantees as to your freedom moving forward. I would need a private, if very serious, oath of loyalty from you to look after my interests alongside your own, and to do services when called upon.
Well, I do see it as a possibility that our two sides of things could be more in sync.
She leans over the desk and has no mouth and yet smiles anyway. I could bring much greater freedom for the rune-touched as well, not just for you.
And we might be able to provide actual blessings.
Indeed. But I must have your answer now, and it must be an unambiguous one. And should you decline, well, I will have no choice but to continue as I have been. And while it may indeed cause me no end of frustration to lose the favor of the crowd, don't mistake the fact that your life lies in my hands and not theirs.
Of course. Out of curiosity, the Nyx rune, Innocence, the one that can discern lies and
Yes.
the truth and whatnot, are people frequently immune to it?
I would imagine that in the broader scope of study, that's surely been a question that's come up. And so I think it's probably not a settled question. I'm sure there are people who claim oh, this person totally managed to lie even though the rune was on them. But it's, I think most members of the College of Innocence would take umbrage with that, would say, no, the rune fucking works. If someone claims someone lied, either they themselves are lying to save face, or the specific rune touched who was using it was not sufficiently skilled. But in theory, in canon, quote unquote, in the original literal sense, it is supposedly an undeniable power.
Okay, so there is the possibility of it failing, because, like, as we've established, Blue is like, what dastardly thing could I do for Thessia? His immediate thought is, I could walk out there and tell the bald gentleman that has
Kiln?
be like, hey, Kiln, she just made an offer to me to, like, kibosh this whole trial if I give her power, and I declined it. Ask her if it's true. And then I just, in front of the entire public, be like, you can't trust the entire law system.
It's on the table.
But if it's not as, like, reliable as that,
I think that the calculus is that it would be undeniably damaging to her reputation. It's not guaranteed that it would, that argument would instantly convince everyone.
Yeah.
But it might, it might. I mean, it depends how to the hilt you chose to play it.
Yeah. It's better to have more allies, and I feel like she's already, like, clearly corrupted enough and so selfish that she would be willing to actually be possibly useful. And I also know Orcris. So,
and there's no reason why you can't utilize that exact strat later.
Yep. The only problem is that then I would have to be like, I agreed to it. But I could also just be like, it was self-preservation. Like, what
else am I gonna do? She said, if I don't, they'll kill me. Rune of Innocence me. Boom.
Yeah. Thessia nods. I think these are agreeable terms, though I would hope to have your full support in some of the changes that are happening at the college. Well, colleges. Because I do think they would be remarkably beneficial, not just to you or I, but the entirety of Scon.
Indeed. I simply need some sop that I can throw to my brother and the other religious authorities so that they don't feel they've gotten nothing out of an awful lot of time and energy spent engineering this endeavor. And I leave what form that takes in your remarkably persuasive hands. Just perhaps an acknowledgement of some fault, or perhaps even a suggestion that the colleges could employ a religious advisor. Anything along those lines. It needn't be you who makes the sacrifice today.
So you want the church to be directly involved in some capacity?
What I want is not entirely relevant at the moment. Sad to say, I, as I said, could scarcely care less about it. But I'm afraid I can't simply end the entire proceeding with nothing to show for it.
Well, luckily, I actually had something lined up.
Oh. Would you like to tell me, or shall I do the better role of acting surprised when you unleash it on me?
She taps her chin. I imagine it would be more beneficial if you were genuinely surprised so you didn't have to act. An honest response, as I have been this whole time.
Quite. As for you, Wither, well, naturally people are predisposed to believe what someone like you says to them. But I hope that you have the sense not to repeat any of this to anyone for any reason. Twiceborn enjoy immense hospitality in our city, but that hospitality is not unlimited.
Very well.
Good. I'm glad this meeting ends more productively, more agreeably than the last. Now, we should return before any of those peering down from above start to become suspicious of the prolonged absence.
Understood? I thank you for this opportunity, and I think you'll be pleased.
See that I am. I've stuck my neck much further out than is my custom, for the benefit of a woman I could easily have slaughtered like a lamb today.
It'd be such a waste, though.
It would. It would, though. I'm glad we see eye to eye.
And I'm always
I knew I
happy.
liked you, Thessia.
Well, I'm always happy to offer a hand. I have plenty. Thessia, like, looks over her shoulder at Wither and does her best to hide it, but there is a bit of, like, what'd you do? Because, like, very clearly something happened, but she doesn't know what. Did you just, like, fucking Yamimoto mind crush?
Oh boy. Okay. Well, let's see. Let me throw you here real quick so I can confirm whether I need to adjust anything in here. I don't think so. We're gonna hide this for now. Yeah, people are staying there. You guys are still like that. Yeah, I think this is all good. Okay. So, the two of you return. And you can once again hear the breath kind of get sucked out of the room as you step back in. And this guard kind of... he doesn't, like, grab you, but he very immediately begins ushering you away from Etria and back toward the plinth.
And there is zero hesitation. She makes it very clear that she is going willingly.
Yep. And let's see, we're gonna go with let's yeah. Let's go to this. All right. So, the guard starts to return to his post here. And Etria does as well. You see, Kiln gives her a kind of quizzical look as she walks by, but she doesn't even return it. She just walks back up the steps. And when she's seated, the murmuring largely dies down, except, interestingly, the last murmurs to die down are from the people assembled on the balcony up here. She seats herself and places her hands back on the rests. Very well. This tribunal will now resume. We have addressed the most pressing questions, namely the issue of this woman's culpability for the death and destruction, as well as the likelihood of future such occurrences. I believe this tribunal is beginning to reach the point at which it can render a judgment. However, before I do, I would like to call upon the accused, Master Thessia.
Yes.
You have addressed my questions to this point, so I shall do you the courtesy and the justice of allowing you to speak your mind about the matter for a moment, if you have anything else to say on your behalf.
She looks around. This tragedy cannot be replicated. It should not. And the best way that we can avoid it is through education. And more importantly, learning from our peers. You see, the colleges have been, while united in their singular goal of learning, they are not united in that actual pursuit of it. We have all of our own buildings, our own curriculars, and all of our own processes. But there is so much to be learned from one another that I think it would be wise if all colleges united as one to fully grasp and use carefully and safely each of the runes. Har, the College of Incandescence, their rune of flame, is remarkably impressive, she gestures to the various braziers, but requires immense focus to ensure that it does not create a marvelous blaze rather than a simple light. Esh, College of Symmetry, requires a keen eye to understand that the rune is actually being used appropriately and not close enough. And I hope that we can share these processes with one another.
Unite the colleges. There's a whole lot of the Ace Attorney thing has just been said.
Yeah.
Pan out to crash up. And you can see as you scan around the room, it seems like a mixed, if reasonably open-minded reception. You see Kreatar nod and smile a jaggedly toothed smile, and likewise your own colleagues from the College of Alteration look still perhaps a little uncomfortable, but they seem to be pretty happy with that things took this turn instead of another different worse turn. And likewise, you see that Bloom over here kind of slumps and puts his head in his hands and looks decidedly still not really on board with this decision. And now that can't put the genie back in the bottle, now it's been spoken in a public forum like this, so he looks very much like someone who is about to be dragged along on something not really to his will. Etria looks like her pog for a moment. She considers unite the colleges that they might collaborate and share learnings. And you believe that this will make such an incident, such an accident, less likely to occur in the future.
I do. My belief is that in my panicked state, whenever we use the rune Thale, it's usually for construction, simple repairs, modifications, things of the sort, all the time in the world, not under pressure. But again, like my colleague, she gestures over to Kreatar, he must be extremely focused with his rune at all times. I could learn from him how he is able to maintain that focus despite the fact of the overwhelming pressure of a blaze consuming a home. And if you feel more comfortable, I think it seems only reasonable to have a third party oversee. And she gestures to Etria.
Huh. Well, certainly any discussion of how such a momentous decision might be undertaken would be better done at a more appropriate venue.
Of course.
However, I can see some wisdom in what you say.
Huh?
So, Orcris,
Mm-hmm.
you know your new evolution of the truth. Your ability to replace roles with your own role, including your own attribute.
I do.
So, Thessia, I notice you're dyed into blue right now.
I sure am.
So, Orcris, what was just said in the past several minutes, that is how you perceive this to have taken place, and then you feel a sort of a tug, a slight a ripple, a disturbance, something that immediately makes your hair stand up a little and immediately draws your attention in. And you can't quite tell where the ripple originated, but you can feel it unmistakably. You can feel a power very much like yours. Thessia,
Yeah.
you are, in fact, most of what you began to speak just now, but that's not how it went. Go ahead and drop your blue there.
Okay.
So, I'm not going to put words in your mouth. It's up to you to decide how this resolves for you. But the action that you just took, the specific course of here is the thing I'm going to lay out as a way to hopefully end this in my favor. This is what I'm going to talk about. This is what I'm going to say.
I didn't mean to be Thessia.
Yeah. That's really funny. All of that was associated with your blue, as it should be. So I want you to replay that action. And I'm replacing your blue. Well, I'm not, but someone is replacing your blue attribute and roll for this. Go ahead and roll. Actually, well, no, you don't need to roll. Actually, I'm giving you a roll here.
Oh.
Go ahead and replay that. But your associated attribute for the action you're undertaking here is a white attribute. And the name of that attribute is Praise Be to Gaea, my savior and keeper.
Whew.
Oh, so I have to do it in God's name?
What you have to do the same. Your objective is the same with what you're trying to do, but that is the attribute associated with your role, and I'm going to let you interpret that however you want.
Huh. Okay.
Nani?
If I don't know if it will help exactly color what you're going to say here, but as you begin to speak, it's the words are coming from your mind and coming from your lips, and all of that feels as it should. But there is a sudden there's like a tightness in your chest. It almost feels like something warm and comforting and sweet tasting that would be very nice to eat is not nice because it is being forced down your throat.
Am I able to fight this in any capacity, or?
Don't worry, I got you.
We'll get to that in a second, but for the immediate term, you do at least need to start resolving this.
Okay. Thessia will continue. With the colleges united, the focus on the education can be spread even further. There are times where it feels like we've kind of kept it under lock and key. It should be more available to anyone. The number of possible rune touched that we have never given the opportunity to, it could be immense. All of this could make our city grow so much faster. The innovations and advances that we have had here in Scone are so beyond any possible would-be neighbors, courtesy of these runes. Why would we not lean into this further for the glory of our city?
For whose glory? In whose service? In whose name? You feel it's something is trying to wring the words out of you.
Thessia's gonna try her best to push against it. For the people.
Okay. Orcris, you remember the original timeline, quote unquote, and have the immediate sense of weird deja vu that what ought to have happened, the words that ought to have been spoken, were not the words that were spoken.
Ew. Gross. I don't like that one little bit. Is there any one person? Does anyone in this room feel like Thessia or Wither to me?
Does anyone?
Do they feel like people?
Oh,
I mean, it's gotta be Anubis, right?
Well, that was my initial thought.
That's an interesting way to frame the question. Why?
I mean, Anubis is like who I'm looking at. Like he's the only new factor in this room that I haven't that I've not interacted with before, and I don't suspect it's any of these eyeless schlubs.
What?
So, why don't you, I'll let you roll to die before this, because even though this didn't act on you directly, it's certainly like, it's like a person rolling across your windshield. And I will tell you, if you want to use an attribute for your roll to do to try and suss out where this effect is coming from, it will be your hidden eye stat.
Of course.
You do not need to lock in the 1 if you would rather just roll a d6.
I think I'll just do the d6.
Okay. You'll still get the +1 also, so it's guaranteed to be better, or at least the same as that. So go ahead and just do a roll to do, and make sure to select your yellow attribute, because you do actually have a modifier to apply.
Nice.
That's pretty good. I'm going to... I don't want to give away characters, so rather than having someone else do a roll to do, I'm going to give you a difficulty class that will be about the same.
Ooh.
Meets it beats, so I'm going to give that to you.
Oh my god.
Orcris, an exact individual, you're not sure, but your suspicions immediately turn to this person, this looming presence beside you, and they are indeed intently focused on Thessia as she's speaking. But no, you're pretty confident it's not them. And you continue sweeping around the room, the stands, Etria herself. No, No, it is it's someone looking down at her from above.
This chuckle fuck.
It's this motherfucker.
Hello, brother dearest.
Wither, you don't have the same sense that Orcris uses to kind of perceive what has happened, but you, with your ability to kind of glimpse souls in a way that's linked to attributes, you can almost see in real time as the blue aura around Thessia is choked out by pure radiant white. And you can perceive that she seems surprised at what she herself is saying.
Oh.
No. I say thee nay.
What you doing there, Orcris? Nice friends you got there, Davis.
No. And I'm going to lock out my hidden eye, and we're doing it again, baby!
Ah, okay. You're going to try and reset the timeline. All right. So that is. Let me make sure I double check the truth here. And you know what? Let's step this up just a little. Let's step this up to. How about this? Nah, that's too nice.
This is Orcris.
This is Orcris. What's this? No. Fuck. Shit. Bitch. I need
Orcris going through his Zune.
I need something juicy. Hang on. Hey, I'll be with the tribunal in a second.
I'm finding the song before I use the truth so that I have it ready.
Sorry. Like if I'd be able to get there with a touch screen, I get there faster. But I got a nano. I gotta swipe my finger around the little circle.
Around the little circle,
years.
yeah.
Every time you pick a song, they use the truth to change it.
No,
hey, no,
you bastard. You motherfucker. Okay, let's go with how about yeah, okay, sure. Whatever. This is good enough. I don't want to hang up on this for too long. So, yeah, let me confirm. Yeah, you may wound your hidden eye attribute to use this ability a second time in the same session. Okay. So, what's going to happen here, you are directly tug-of-warring with someone else over the nature of reality at the moment. And that's going to have an interesting effect. I tell you what. Let's see. Orcris, do you actually stride out to the middle of the hall, or are you? Okay.
I'm looking as I'm looking as uninterested as possible at this point. I'm looking at Thessia like anyone else in the crowd would. In case the enemy stand user is looking out through the crowd trying to figure out who his enemy stand user is.
All right.
We're both hitting each other with fucking King Crimson.
So Orcris, you try and seize the truth and force it like trying to mold water with your hands.
Truth.
You're trying to, I am the one who sees the true reality, and this is how it goes. And it is resisting in a way it has never resisted before. Meanwhile, Thessia, you are starting to try and fight back against whatever power is compelling you to be other than yourself. And in this moment, both of you, your vision starts to swim a little, and the tribunal hall around you starts to white out. Orcris, you see Thessia as if she is glowing white, brighter and brighter as this power wraps itself around her. And Thessia, you start to almost see the same. This white haze creeping in at the edges of your vision, trying to blot out the essence of you and replace it with something alien and stark. As the white peels itself around your vision entirely, and you begin to perceive the world entirely anew. The tribunal hall sinks away, leaving only the marble beneath it. And Thessia, the plinth collapses, and you fall only a short distance before it feels like you fall into some kind of liquid. It's hot and it sears, and it starts feeling as if it's choking you. Everyone else vanishes, and this is now what both of you see.
Or Hellion.
Huh?
Ooh.
Huh.
Thessia, you are immersed at the heart of an enormous crystal. And inside of it, although its outside form appears rigid, it's as if you've been forced into a tank of water, and you swim sluggishly through it as it holds firm and tries to prevent you from escaping. And Orcris, you see her inside there as well. Suspended above a pool of fog, in the midst of something that should be beneath the earth and yet is up here beneath the absolutely blinding sun, and in all directions, smooth. Sorry.
Okay, no, in this case, I didn't know, because there might be one here.
No, yeah, you know, valid question. No, instead of the familiar rings of colored crystal, there is just an arc of all-consuming white light that makes up the sky. And all around you, aside from this one island of rough stone that looks out of place here, it's smooth, featureless marble trailing off into infinity. This is the reality that seeks to claim Thessia in this moment. Wither, you are also beginning to see the white creeping in. Do you walk into the light?
No, I pull it to me.
Okay.
Is what Thessia is seeing right now, is this similar to when she got super high off of the breath? Is this similar?
It has certain similarities. It certainly feels as though you are in an out-of-body experience right now, and what you are theoretically seeing and feeling is somehow a metaphor or transposed from other senses beyond sense. However, that felt like you didn't necessarily feel in control, but it felt that all the visions you had under the influence of the breath came from within you somewhere.
Okay.
Now you have been plucked out of reality and been made a prisoner in someone else's vision of reality. And Wither, the two of you, as you get your bearings in here, the whole universe seems to shift, and Wither just sort of zones in from out of, like, as if the whole
Just
world
walks up behind me.
moved
Hey.
a mile, just like it suddenly rushes forward, and without actually moving, suddenly Wither is standing at the edge of this chasm as well. Can you all go ahead and roll to die?
Yeah. I swim these currents fairly oft.
You know what? I'll lock in yellow. Why not?
Yeah. You are free to choose your own order here. Whatever else is going to happen at the end of the act.
I am jumping in.
Oh, baby. Okay.
It's a 50-foot drop.
You jump
It's a metaphor.
and you slam down and kind of claw your hands into this, expecting it to part like the liquid that Thessia seems to be immersed into, but you hit the outside, and it's like slamming your body into exactly what sturdy crystal would feel like. You get the wind knocked out of you and a good gash in the gut, but you're otherwise, you jump down it. You can see Thessia embedded in the heart of this crystal. You are on the surface of it, some unapparent, like maybe 10 feet above her and a bit off to the side.
I'm going to shout, swim! Swim!
Yeah, I'm gonna do my best to swim towards Orcris.
Okay.
Let's see here. What?
And I'll let you. You haven't made a roll to do yet, Orcris, so I'll let you do that later in the act if you want to.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Am I just rolling a to do here?
Yes. So you have yellow locked in, so bear in mind what that means about what you're going to be trying to do.
I mean, I think Thessia is leaning into her emotions as much as, like, even though it's physical exertion, she's like, okay, I've seen this kind of bullshit before. I need to steel myself. I need to, lock into this, not only for the sake of, like, don't get afraid, because that's what's going to be the mind killer here, but my emotions, while they have been a detriment to me, do define me. So this is how I'm going to maintain myself in this strange mindscape and use that to push myself towards Orcris.
Okay. Go ahead and make that good roll to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you it's
with a feat of immense physical strength, would this be one to try and like push myself through it?
Yes. I think I'm gonna say for those extra dice, you have to decide you're doing that before you roll, because you have to commit to taking damage before you know whether or not it's actually gonna be the difference.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I thought that was something I could like crack on.
Yeah, I should be careful about noting that explicitly in those gifts. But yeah, for that one, because you're basically paying an upfront cost without knowing whether it's going to help or not, that one you have to do.
Because I saw a chance.
Yeah. You've got a 25 here. So yeah, you slowly. It not only is it like viscous and it burns, but you get the distinct sense with every pulse of this, the hideous light engulfing this crystal, that it is actively trying to undo your progress, like there was a current pulling you back toward the center of this thing. But yeah, you slowly make your way toward the edge, and you actually do manage to reach out a claw to where Orcris is positioned on the exterior, and as soon as it touches the very edge to break the surface, it ripples, and yeah, it's like you've bumped up against ice, like you're trying to get out from under an ice flow. You can see through it, but it's not yielding readily.
All right.
Bonk, bonk, bonk. Swim or I swear that everything up. Swim or I swear on everything that I am. I will see your tribunal fail. And I am going to I'm gonna shape it.
That's my next plan, because it is crystal. I don't. Is this like a turn order thing, or?
Yeah. Well, Wither still has to act in this act.
Yeah.
I will very angrily begin inscribing with my hand, just scratching with my nails the Thale rune.
Oh,
even
okay.
if I can't use it,
You can set it up.
I can set it up.
Okay. Yeah, I'll let that add a d6 to Thessia's next action if she tries to use the. Wouldn't it be funny if you rolled a 1 here, Thessia? If this was your first Bombo Explodo?
I mean,
Hey,
that
why
would
don't you shut
surely
the
be
fuck up?
that would surely be a good thing to happen, wouldn't it?
Anyway, Wither, what you doing?
Oh boy! So this seems to be what's up with these vines? How do they connect in here? What's going on? Are they holding it up?
You see thick bundles of vines that trail down into where they pass out of sight into the sort of milky haze down further below the crystal. And they crawl up the side and up over the edge, and you can see these vines these vines look just as out of place as all the other natural features here. They're chalky and white, but your sense, and I feel you have a sense for these things, so I'm not going to make you roll this or anything. I'm just going to tell you, your sense looking at these stricken vines that sort of crawl a little ways out of this and then trail off almost immediately as they start reaching the marble expanse, that these things equally should not be here and are victims rather than part of the criminal.
I see. Okay. Wither will climb down onto these vines that are already dead and clearly not alive, so they don't have to worry about them withering away.
Indeed.
They will use them to scoodle doot on down and hop over onto whatever part of the crystal they can.
Okay.
And then they will start crawling up slowly and call out to Arcris.
What are you doing? It's meat. Eat it.
Looks over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
It's me.
Bites. Eat the crystal.
Well, first of all, let me. Are you just telling Orcris what to do with his next action, or are you doing something right here that is going to require a roll to do with her?
I think they will also do it. They will tell him to do a thing and then do it themselves.
Okay. Then yeah, you're going to get the first chance to try and put your theory into practice. God. Okay. Things that you should think about ahead of time, and I didn't. How Wither's everything interacts with this fuck shit. Okay, John Mulaney. Well, I think we'll resolve this. Yeah. You're already locked into black, which I feel is the right attribute for this. Yeah, if you're straight up gonna just physically start biting down on this crystal formation, trying to devour it or rip it apart, go ahead and give me a roll to do.
You fucker!
Yeah, you kind of flop down onto the surface of the crystal and start trying to work at it, and you feel this overwhelming radiant presence, this white glow recoil from you in some way. Whether it's because to your sight your colors are in opposition, or whether it's something about you specifically, you're not sure. But you're not able to find purchase, and you start to wonder, like, okay, was I wrong? And you hear, oh, you're here. Well, this is surprising.
This is...
What?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Your nature may be of some use here.
Well!
Creatura.
This tiny, disembodied pair of eyes almost like as if drawn off the back of a butterfly's wings or something along those lines, is suddenly just kind of hovering like Navi style near you, Wither, and it kind of looks at you and looks around for a second, confused. Oh, you can see me in here. Oh, interesting. Not what I expected. Oh, a lot of interesting possibilities there. It kind of trails off. But no, this is important. You're not wrong. Keep at it. You might be able to break the outside of this.
Use Z targeting.
Yeah.
All right. End of the act. There is a blinding white pulse as the crystal convulses. Can everyone roll to... Oh, no, you're not rolling to die. This is white. It clashes with everything.
Cool.
So can everyone roll to do, please?
Oh, Jesus.
Schwumby.
Let's see. This is going to be a flat this.
Oh my God, I still fail. Fuck. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, the pulse.
You get an extra D6?
I do?
That's on the shaping roll.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, so this pulse goes out and you feel the crystal shudder as more light wraps around it. And for the moment, it appears to continue concentrating on you, Thessia. You are gonna go ahead and take 5 damage here.
Okay, that's a lot better than what I thought was about to happen. Boop.
And back to the top of the act. You can act, you can all roll to die again, and you can then act in whatever order you want.
I'm staying on yellow.
Okay. I'll stay on red.
Who wants to go first here?
Ooh, okay. I guess me or Orcus maybe? Cause...
Try to take a bite.
Me? Take a bite? Okay.
I said I'll try to take a bite.
You too. Okay, yeah.
I'll try anything once.
Yeah, I'll try anything once.
Yeah, that sounds
okay.
awesome.
Okay, Orcus, go ahead and roll to do.
Okay.
Yeah, you bring your mouth down on the exterior of this, and physically speaking, it does feel hard on the outside. It's not liquid like you might have hoped, and it's not flesh-like. However, you, with your own power that you used to even perceive this realm to begin with, it seems as though if you have sufficient will focused on the idea of ripping this thing apart, then you can do it with your mouth. You may even be able to do it with your bare hands. It seems like it's the intent that matters rather than the apparent physical action you're taking. And so you can
As someone who has traveled the realm of the mind, I know a thing or two about eating metaphors that only exist in my brain. And so, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's a 15 to hit. Sorry, I do need to, this is still a clash because this thing's dyed white. So whether you will succeed this time, you will, because it rolled a 1. All right. Then, yeah, so that's good for 5 damage. All right. Thessia and Wither yet to act.
Do you want to do something here, Oz, or?
Yeah, I'll try and eat it, but in my way of eating things, I'm going to put my grubby little hands on it and think of it in the same way that I ate Grandma's soul and that I want to eat Grandpa's soul. And this is clearly some facet of reality, and the issue with Wither has been, trying to find out as much as they can, find out what the truth is, pull away that facade on the outside, and it looks like this might be the truth, and so they want to consume it.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll to do. And actually... okay.
Never mind.
Damn, Wither. Never mind. I take back what I said. You suck. Leave.
You suck in real life. Get out of here.
Oh no, this one sucks.
Well, I'm glad you went instead of me, because I was about to use my rune, and I'm sure this would have been like an instant failure.
Oh, that would have been so funny though, to get your giant explodio here. Well, let's not rule it out. You could still roll a 1 again.
I think I would
I'll
melt.
kill you.
Yeah, you can go ahead and make your roll to do, Thessia.
Okay.
If you're trying to use the rune Orcris has scribed for you to shape.
Can I?
If that's what you're doing.
I want to try combining two things. You can tell me no.
Okay.
I'm going to also throw in the 4 arms worth of forearms, where I've got this ability where I can take an extra d6 of damage, but I add that d6 to the roll or whatever. And Thessia's goal is that she's going to, with her claws, dig the rune of Thale into each of her palms, and with as much force as she can, slam into the other rune and just activate everything at once. Because using yellow, there is no one she has more faith in than herself in this moment. Because she literally changed Gaea once before. She will bend it again. And so she is hoping to throw everything into this.
Okay, I'll allow it.
So I will.
So you go ahead and make sure you have the d6 separated off, since you will be taking that much damage as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Just,
So add 2 to this, and you'll take 2.
Okay, I will bring me down to 13.
You do get that extra d6.
It increases the max if this fails in spite of that.
Yeah. And then, so here's this, and then on each roll.
Should I say
D6,
if this fails instead?
with the extra D6 courtesy of Orcris. This now becomes a 34, which means, I don't know if this will work, but that does pass a DC 30.
It is higher than 30. However, your opposition is unlikely to be 30. Even if this rolls a 20, your opposition will only be 29. 17.
Oh, okay, so the difficulty actually has to be 30.
Yeah, you have to get up to some fucking insane feat of strength and still manage to overcome it.
Okay.
But hey, you still got a crit 20 and a total of 34. And frankly, I don't see much narrative reason to prolong this beyond that. Like fucking whatever theoretical HP total there was here. Yeah, you desperately, for the first, for the second time in an uncomfortably short amount of time, trapped and seemingly without air in a tight space that's closing in on you, you unleash all the desperate power you can muster, and you scratch the rune into both palms, cutting open your own skin to do so, and then slam them together with the intent of ripping your way out of here. And the smashing of your palms together sends out a ripple that runs through the liquid consistency at the center of this crystal. And the waves, ripples of water, actually crash into the waves of light encroaching from the outside and scatter them. And for a moment, where's the fucking thing? Where's the yeah. And for a moment, that glow is dimmed, and it recedes from around you as well. And as the ripples reach the edge of the crystal, it doesn't shatter, You fling the light out of the way, and suddenly the currents, the insistence that was dragging you under and dragging you back toward the center of the thing seems to have been thrown aside by the force you made. And you realize the tip of one of your claws is ever so slightly extended through the edge of the crystal. And in that exact moment, you seize your chance and you pull yourself up, suddenly passing through it as easily as breaking the surface of water, and climb out onto the exterior and just flop down next to Orcris.
Thank you, too. Thank you. I don't want to be here. Can we not be on this? I don't know what this is.
I grab on and start pulling you back further up to the vine.
With my other hands, I'm like trying to help as much as I can.
Yeah, you start fleeing the surface of the crystal and trying to get out of this abscess in the middle of the marble expanse. And as you do so, you hear a voice, and all of you hear it this time. This is not the servitor speaking to Wither. Rather, it is an omnipresent and in this space carries the weight of omnipotence as well voice that rings out from everywhere and nowhere, and a slightly shrill laugh. Well, that's not supposed to happen. How? Who are the other two? And more importantly, how did you find this place? Unruly little things. Little insects. Fit only to be squashed. And the world begins to peel away around you, that light beginning to recede from around the edge of your vision. And in that moment, it wipes away, and you find yourselves standing where you were standing. And Thessia, you sort of come to and you look around, and no one else is speaking. Everyone's looking at you. You're not speaking. How long have you just been standing here not speaking? Has it been like 5 minutes? Is this really weird? And it seems as though from people's reactions that you just sort of momentarily paused in whatever it was you were saying. And you pat yourself real quick, like you feel your throat. And it's yours again. You are speaking as yourself in this moment. And if anyone betrays any knowledge that anything just happened, it's not apparent to you. Etria leans forward in the chair. I believe your proposal has some merit, Thessia of Baetalus. And it seems that you intend to continue as an advocate to try and prevent any further tragedies of this nature coming to pass. Therefore, having demonstrated contrition and judgment, I believe that it is not in Skon's interest that you receive further punishment at this time. Do any object to this judgment?
Nervously looks around.
There's a lot of exchanged glances. No one immediately says anything. You just hear a very quiet a click as doors open. And you can't really see the individual very clearly, but up here Someone calmly exits the room.
Someone's salty. He's gonna kill me with God.
Hmm.
It's okay. I'm not working with him.
Yeah, because I have the devil on my side.
Mm-hmm.
Very well, then. Hearing no objections, I pronounce this tribunal complete. Thessia Batalis, you are free to go.
Thank you very much. Takes a deep bow.
She stands up and begins making her way down the steps. And you have enough sense to know it is customary to allow the presiding magistrate to leave before anyone else gets up and leaves.
Yeah.
She gives you a she's not obvious enough to give you a conspiratorial wink or anything, but she does look up at you as she passes by when she markedly did not upon entering.
Just gives a polite bow again and just very quietly, thank you for your merciful judgment.
And as soon as she is out of the room, the murmuring resumes, this time at a much higher clip. And wordlessly, this figure also turns and heads down the steps.
I gotta figure out who that enemy stand was. There were two. Thessia kind of like looks around, and I think genuinely she like approaches this side and looks down at these guards. I can come down now, right?
They look at each other and then both nod to you and take a little step back and further out of your way.
Very hurriedly scurries down, and she like stops for a moment because she's like, I want to give a hug, and is like, wait, Mom didn't like that last time, and just kind of.
Oh no, you stop and you second guess, and she runs up and hugs you herself.
See, it worked out. It was thank you for popping in. I really lost my place there for a bit, and I think you really cinched it for me.
I wouldn't have been able to live with myself if I hadn't said what I said. Whether or not it carried any weight or any power was beside the point.
Well, all the same, I think it did make a big impact. And she looks over at her sibling. It's like, well, hold on, I gotta make room for one more. Like,
they with both hands grasp your arm and squeeze. I'm relieved. I don't have anything more profound to say.
That's fine. Honestly, I'm still kind of like absorbing the moment, more than anything. Yeah. Wow. So, I guess we go home. I don't know. Oh, hello. She lets go of her family and takes a deep bow for, obviously Wither, but also two of her colleagues.
Well, you did fine work, as I suppose was always the likely outcome. Naturally, I'll expect you back at the college as soon as you're able. Not today,
I'd really like that.
but
I'd really like that. I want some normalcy. I just want to go back and teach.
And it seems we'll all have some exciting times ahead, eh?
I think so. I think it's going to be a little scary, but I truly believe this is an excellent course for us.
Well, many things to sort out on my end. Mikrios, I'd like to stay for a bit if that's perfectly all right. I figured I would ask. Yes, well, sterling work. I think it's clear that you have talents that extend beyond the room.
Thank you. Hey, and turns out truth was a pretty good strategy. Okay, that's fine. Oh, coming back.
I am relieved and appreciative that things worked out in your favor with that strategy on this occasion. Just don't forget that the world is not quite always such a simple place.
Don't I know it?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Thinks back to the weird light crystal that was trying to melt her. Oh,
Yeah.
Nekrios, hello. Yes, come
Oh, man, my heart was pounding out of my chest there.
in. Yeah, how do you think I felt?
Oh, you know why this is great? I won't...
You don't have to sub for my classes anymore?
That is exactly what, literally, that's what I was going to say.
Mhm.
Ninarel's had me pinch hitting for you. That's not a term. Baseball doesn't exist here, but you know what I mean.
No, there must be something similar.
She's had me, I've had to catch your discuses as well.
Oh.
the past few weeks.
Yeah.
Past few days, rather. I'm going to be happy to have you back for that reason, too. Don't get me wrong.
I will make this up to you. I really appreciate you covering for me. I will make this right. I mean, you're even the reason that everyone gathered to even have that discussion. So, thank you.
Oh. He's clearly like, he doesn't really quite know what to say in this moment, but he does a little blushu and puts a hand to the back of his head, steps back. Well, you got your family here, and you got a bunch of people, and I don't want to mob you right now. I'll see you back at the college, hopefully sooner rather than later. Yeah.
Yes, I plan on being there tomorrow because, like I said, I want some normalcy, and I felt like I was making some progress with some of the kids, and I don't want to lose that. But thankfully, you've been keeping some irons in the fire for me.
Mm-hmm.
So, but we'll tell you what. I don't know if you'd be interested, but maybe tomorrow after work and whatnot, we just go grab a drink or something. Nothing too hard, just something to go back to a more casual time.
We can do 3 parts wine, 2 parts water.
Ooh.
You know, spring a little.
Yeah, all right.
All right. I'm gonna get
That's
back
him
to the
scratching
college
his
myself.
beard.
Yeah. Sugar. I'm gonna get back to the college myself.
Yeah. I'll see you there.
Yeah. He smiles and heads off. Now, I can't help but notice that the other 2 of you both fucked off very quickly, and so I do want to inquire about what you're up to out there in the void.
Orchrist first, what are you doing, bud?
Seething.
I am wandering.
Okay. Let's see. There is one thing I want to get out of the way before I potentially lose the opportunity. It's not necessarily going to be like a whole scene, but let me real quick. Let's pop back to the magical land of fairies and unicorns. Let's put you here.
You load a map that's just like a Toys R Us. It's like, yo, this
Yeah.
rules.
Wow. Monkey Toy Audience, my favorite anime campaign. What a fucking pull. Yeah. Orchrist, you kind of quietly but distinctly storm out of the tribunal hall after whatever that shit was. And do you just like immediately start power walking away, or are you gonna kind of go out for an angry smoke break but stay in the area?
I plan to go home. Thankfully, I've got like, what the fuck?
It's the shadow of the bird statue.
Oh, okay.
What were you? Yeah.
Anyway,
I made that custom. You better appreciate it.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate it. No, I'm gonna go home and torture somebody.
The usual
The
pastime.
usual.
Yeah.
No, I've got some feeling to put into it this time.
Yeah.
God.
The only thing I did want to have occur here is you head out pretty quickly, but as you're making your way further from the tribunal hall, you hear a familiar kind of lackadaisical lilting, and not even particularly loud, but somehow cutting in its own way voice behind you. Hey, old man. That was some interesting work there.
Oh, I did see you I did happen to see you in the crowd.
Yeah, I came for you. I wanted to see if you could work that miracle.
Well, when you do it right, it never looks like you did anything at all.
Oh, I was watching. But yeah, I think you just about got away with it. Anyway, I guess I just want... Go ahead.
Perhaps with less subtlety than I anticipated.
Well, I mean, I guess I didn't really have a stake in what happened, but I don't know. There's something to rooting for the underdog, so it was enjoyable. It was worth the time, I guess. That's pretty rare, honestly.
I'm so happy that you received your evening's entertainment then.
Anyway, I'll see you around. Nice job.
Indeed.
She walks away and appears, for the first time that you've seen her, actually does appear to be, like, in thought as she walks. The fog has actually mostly lifted by the time you get out, as the midday heat starts to roll in, as the crystals above glimmer more intensely. It started to burn off, and it's turned into what is for you at this moment probably an actually slightly irritating, maybe even insultingly nice day.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at all these pieces around me, and I've come to the unfortunate realization that I'm sharing my board with somebody, and that pisses me off.
I mean, you can't play a board game by yourself.
I thought I was.
I thought it was solitaire, and then some other guy showed up.
If I'm playing a board game by myself, I don't have to adhere to any rules.
And I think finally... Wither, you step out, not as quickly as Orcris did, but you step out of the building as well.
It's like borderline a jump scare to get dragged to that zoomed in.
Yeah.
It was like Jenna was like, God, Jesus.
I knew I'd chosen correctly. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Unmistakable. You really are something special.
Ow. Just reaches up and like when Jeremy eats the bird. Just like
yeah, catches a bee out of the air, eats it. Well, did things go as you hoped?
We had no hopes.
Oh. Would you like some?
Yes.
Sorry, that was That was actually like somewhat rhetorical. I can't. That's the province of God, not me. But I think you can find them. I'd like to help you find them if I may.
Yes, we are bad at looking.
Whatever
Or-
you put your mind to, that power, the one you're wearing right now, that's going to be the key. I know it. I know it. I know it. I would
What?
be... Oh, go ahead.
What do you mean?
Shit. I had a little, like, rollable table for this guy that's not working right now.
No!
No!
Here, because I'm right now I'm fucked on changing the icon. The patterns and the colors shift a little. If I can fucking get to the fucking yeah, the patterns shift, and it adopts this expression. Well, for now, I'm afraid some of that has to remain my secret and Gaea's. But I'm here for you. If you'll have me. I am the servitor, after all. I'm sure there's ways I can make myself useful to you.
Okay. We are not exciting like Peregrine.
You're very, very exciting. You're special in ways I don't think you even comprehend yet. I don't even necessarily comprehend yet, but that's a mystery I hope to unravel together with you.
Okay.
They're going inward on themselves. They're smaller than usual. And they just start wandering off. Hopefully this thing follows them.
You turn around at one point and it's no longer visually there, but your senses are such, you're confident, it's trailing behind you. Whatever form exactly this is, whatever consciousness or fragment of consciousness, it has now that it has found you up here, it has left that with you. And it may well be with you always. But it's certainly with you right now.
Wither wanders off into the city to find somewhere that is alive, because right now they don't think that they are real or anything is real.
Bummer.
Why the ground look like cheese? Grilled cheese!
It's embossed gold tiles.
Oh, I could eat that.
It's very it is a sort of
a
orangey
crime.
amber tint of gold, though, so I can see where you're coming from on that.
It is a
Honey.
crime to eat the floor.
Tribunal.
Tribunal!
It is a beehive if they did it wrong.
And you know, the nature of the game, I feel, precludes going out with happy music playing. I don't have a stinger where it's like, oh, suddenly everything sucks again. I'm not gonna hit you with that, but we'll go for something that's a little more in between. With that, the tribunal draws to a close, and Thessia continues to draw breath, for at least for
Hooray.
now. And you've all gotten a glimpse into the greater and more unfathomable powers that might yet be lurking in Scon, ready to devour you should you drop your guard for a moment, and the obstacles that may lie before you if you want to realize your own visions for the future. But that story will continue another time.
Oh.
And that's the end of the session.
Whoa.
So, does my truth level up?
I don't remember the condition. I'll have to look. Smibbity bibbity boo. Close all these folders. The truth. The truth. Discover a means of inducing yourself to behold the truth with a scale and clarity unlike ever any of you known before.
Well, just so you're not caught on camera on it, let's say goodbye to chat.
Yeah.
Everybody.
But
Goodbye, chat.
Wait.
Gotta get back. Back to the future. Samurai suture. Well, hello, everyone. Yeah, TI reference. Yeah, a Colvin Thrilling Intent reference in the year of our Lord 2025.
Yippee!
Whoa. I haven't heard that name since ages. Since years.
See, I haven't heard him since years. Well, I hope you enjoyed yourselves, everyone.
Yeah.
Court was never so mysterious.
Indeed. Sometimes you have trial by legality. Sometimes you have trial by combat. Sometimes you have trial by mind dimension.
Happens.
We didn't get 100 million Scani coins. Damn it, I was wrong. My prediction was wrong.
Nope. Yeah, no, that was way off base.
It's okay.
Go.
I got a funny butterfly. It's okay.
So,
Funny butterfly.
that concludes this opening little story arc of beginning of the end. We didn't specifically plan it that way, but this felt like as good a place as any to say, you know, that's like a good, nice little chunk of story that comes to a head and ties up most of the stuff that was being worked towards. And so, we're 9 episodes in. 9 episodes in is where we're going to stay for a little while. We're continuing to play, of course, and we're a good number of episodes into what is gonna be the second arc, but I don't really know exactly when we're gonna come to the next proper climax, and I don't want to force it. So stay tuned for updates, and stay tuned. That'll be on the Discord and the Patreon, of course. And stay tuned also to the Patreon if you are interested in side content, because that's going to continue coming out even while the show is not running. I'm going to drop the second bonus episode before long on there, so you'll have something to tide yourself over. And depending on how things go, we may do some extra little live content here and there while we're waiting for the main series to continue. I don't have super specific plans, but now that we've got a decent bit of show out here, maybe you'll see like a Q&A. Maybe you'll see we have some fun one-off idea and we feel like just doing something live. I don't know. Yeah, that was the end of the beginning of the beginning of the end. It's ended, and it'll be a little while before the next begins. I have one joke here, and I intend to milk it for all it's worth.
This is just the beginning.
Oh yeah, this is just the beginning. That joke's not gonna end anytime soon.
Let me out of the crystal! I can't breathe!
It's only a week!
No,
It's only a week!
sorry. No. I've trapped you in the crystal. No, sorry, you guys.
That is what happened today.
The secret
Yeah.
final boss of this campaign, Northern Lion. All right, everyone. We're gonna wrap up here for tonight. Oh, no. I forgot. Fan art. I forgot to look. My bad. Let me grab my little Firefox scene here in OBS, and let's open up some things. Is there an imager? No, there isn't, but there's just a couple of... Oh, wow. One of these is immediately very charming to me just from seeing it out of the corner of my eye. Here we go. Here we go. Just gonna open these individually. And then the last one here. So, let me make sure I've got these attributions correct. Okay, so it's Storm Dragon. Uh-oh. My OBS is abbreviating the middle name. Someone whose name begins with P. I'm gonna leave it to one of you.
Pretty poof.
Okay. All right. Let me close my other tabs. And here we go. First of all, from Storm Dragon, we got this little, like, almost Matryoshka doll
punching
looking
doll.
Thessia. Yeah.
You could train your boxing on her.
I
Very cute.
love the forearms on this style of doll. That's really cute. Just seeing them stacked up on either side.
Yeah, very charming.
Thank you very much, Storm Dragon. And then from Pretty Poof,
Hell yeah.
the Ace Attorney
Poison
trilogy. I love the line work on this.
This
I,
is really cool.
I love how you've adapted the pointing pose for having two arms on one side of the body. I guess that is what she
Love
looks
that.
like from the side. I've never really thought about it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Thessia's strange.
You've even got all the requisite, like, the background figures that make up the Ace Attorney, like, collage. Background Etria looking vaguely menacing. Background Tiaminos with his mug of tea. Workerous Wither. Oh, man. It's a great one. Thank you very much for this.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
And
Love her
finally, from Good to Live.
Are you sure this is the place?
Yeah, hop in.
Hmm.
I love how she's folding her arms. It's very cute.
Yeah. I always appreciate when folks are just like, well, she got 4 arms. Let's just make her do a bunch of
Everyone-
different shit.
Everyone's having funny with the forearms tonight. Having funny? That's not what this. Everyone
No,
is.
that's it now.
Everyone,
That's what we call it now.
Everyone is making jape with the forearms tonight. And actually, yeah, I would be remiss if I didn't do one last bout of linking before we fully close out for tonight. If you would like to submit fan art of your own and have it seen on stream, if you too would like to have funny, you can join the Stabbiness Discord server right here. There's a text channel for discussing the show. There's the live fan art. Yeah, pizza game ass dialogue. Are you having funny over there, printer boy? So there's the Discord for you, and also, if you would like to catch all of the neat bonus content for the show, including the new stuff that's going to be coming out in the coming days, weeks, months, you can find it all on the Patreon here. And if you want to catch up on all the VODs, they are on the Patreon. They're also on the Stabbiness YouTube channel, which you can find right here. They go up the day after the stream. Thank you so much for the
Now,
name
Aram,
tonight.
to continue enticing our lovely viewers,
Yeah.
can you give us a one-sentence preview of what might be coming up, maybe?
Boy,
The stupider, the better.
we settle once and for all the question of whether or not it's possible to flush yourself down the toilet. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
And soon you will know as well, dear audience. But until then, have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Toodles.